Chapter 1545. Yang Chen readily handed over the 10 five-turn life prolonging pills. Although the 4 fairy immortal masters felt a little guilty, they did not refuse. These pills were useful to them and their respective sect, so they must not be taken lightly. For prolonging pills would be divided equally among the 2 sect as the price for buying Sunset Rock and Linyangchuan. The 4 great sects would first get 1 from each side for the remaining 6. The last 2 were not easy to divide equally, so they could only discuss how to distribute them after returning to the sect. Yang Qin didn't care how the people of the 4 sect would distribute the prolonging pills. For Yang Qin, buying Sunset Rock and Linyangchuan with 10 five-turn life prolonging pills was definitely a good business. It was just a few prolonging pills. If Yang Chen wanted them, he could refine them at any time. Although there were not many raw materials for the prolonging pill, Yang Chen had refined the core of the demon continent, and he could always use the demonic energy to accelerate the growth of the huge devilish bead. The raw materials for refining the prolonging pill were naturally endless. This was also a big income for Yang Chen in the future, and he would not be reluctant for a few prolonging pills. After obtaining the recognized territory of the 5 sect and a dozen small and medium-sized sect, Chunyang Palace began to prepare for the relocation of the palace. Fortunately, there were not many people, and there were only a dozen in total. Now the palaces were transformed from the Dragon Palace, and they could be taken away at any time. It didn't even take half a day, and everyone had already packed up. Yang Chen waved his hand and put away the Dragon Palace, then took everyone into the shuttle and flew towards Linyangchuan at high speed. The shape of Linyangchuan was a huge peninsula. Of course, since it was called a river, the terrain must be very flat. The sea surrounding Linyangchuan was the Sea of Hatred. The Sunset Rock was a steep mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, separating Linyangchuan from the entire continent. The entire mountain range was made up of cliffs that were at least thousands of feet high. There was no way to climb them. It formed a natural barrier, like the huge wall of Linyang River. It was located in the west, and when the sun set, the slanting sunlight would illuminate the entire mountain range, hence the name Sunset Rock. Similarly, the Linyang River got its name because it bordered the Sunset Rock. The terrain of the Sunset Rock was so steep that even the natives of the spirit realm wouldn't live here. However, the Linyang River was different. The terrain was flat and fertile. Furthermore, it was close to the hatred-parting sea and had abundant production. It was the best place for the natives to live. The natives of the spiritual world were also humans, but they were different from the mortals in the mortal world. They were born with the strength of the gold core stage. After all, it was a place with 100 times the spiritual pressure. Even if one didn't cultivate, spiritual power would automatically enter the body. Naturally powerful strength was an advantage, but it also had a fatal weakness, which was that the spiritual realm was unable to trigger the 3 calamities. Whether it was the lightning tribulation, fire tribulation, or violent wind tribulation, none of them could descend upon the spiritual realm, so naturally there was no need to mention tribulation transcendence. If they couldn't go through the calamity, their strength couldn't be improved. Even if their strength had surpassed the nascent soul stage and reached the Mahayana stage, and some of them had even reached the human immortal level, they couldn't be compared to the real human immortals without going through the calamity. Their situation was similar to the supreme experts in the mortal world, but they couldn't be compared to the supreme experts. At least the supreme experts in the mortal world had experienced the thunder calamity and fire calamity, and the strongest among the natives hadn't experienced any calamity. This was also the reason why the natives of the spiritual realm had a low status. Their status was like that of the mortals in the mortal world. Strictly speaking, they were not as good as the mortals. After all, the mortals still had the hope of cultivating and going through the calamity, but they didn't even have this chance. Of course, it wasn't that the natives didn't have a way to cultivate. It was just that no matter how they cultivated, without the baptism of heaven's calamity, their strength couldn't be improved, and they could only stay below the human immortal level. Even if they were in the human immortal realm, they couldn't compete with the real human immortal experts. Most of the sect would not consider recruiting the natives as disciples, but just use them as slaves. Because of their strength, the lifespan of the natives was many times longer than that of mortals. When serving the cultivators, they were naturally better than ordinary mortals. It took almost a few months for the Chunyang Palace team to arrive at their destination. The high speed of the shuttle, compared with the speed of the Fairy Immortal Masters, was not a star and a half. The speed that Yang Chen was proud of in the past was no longer an advantage, unless the shuttle could be further improved under the sacrificial refining of Yang Chen. This was the territory that truly belonged to them. After landing, everyone in the Chunyang Palace felt a burst of emotion in their hearts. Subsequently, the palace master began to coordinate and find a suitable place to start building the real Chunyang Palace in the spiritual realm. Of course, the location was designated by Yang Chen, and no one had any objection to this. Linyang River had been searched once. In order to make up for their guilt, the 4 Fairy Immortal Masters also told Yang Chen the results of the exploration. Although Yang Chen did not need the information they provided, at this time this exploration data could cover up a lot of things. Yang Chen did not have much trouble, and directly designated a relatively strong spiritual vein on Linyang River, where the Chunyang Palace in the spiritual realm would be located. The construction of the mountain gate, of course, could not be done by the dozen masters of the Chunyang Palace. In the 100,000 miles of Linyang River, there were at least billions of natives. These natives were at the Jedon stage, and they were definitely the best craftsmen to build the mountain gate. In terms of the construction of the mountain gate, the experience of the palace master and Elder Gao was far richer than that of Yang Chen. The design of the mountain gate of the Chunyang Palace on the Demon Continent was led by the palace master and Elder Gao. Basically, after the address was set, there was nothing for Yang Chen to do. Several other elders were responsible for recruiting the natives and organizing the construction. Yang Chen's family and several masters of the monster race were temporarily idle. "Husband, what are we doing here?" Gong Sunling followed Yang Chen all the way to the seaside and asked strangely, "Are we going to kill sea beasts?" As soon as they heard about killing sea beasts, Ho Yin, the old tree demon, and Shikue and Xiasha, who also followed Yang Chen, were all excited. Looking at Yang Chen, their eyes were full of expectation. These guys following Yang Chen to fight and kill were used to enjoying. Although they had just destroyed the Qi Men sect not long ago, now they were obviously itching again. Kill sea beasts? Not for the time being. Yang Chen shook his head directly, staring at the vast sea, and replied with a smile, "Let's find a place to settle our family's manor first. And by the way, Long Xian will also be settled." After a pause, Yang Chen went on to say, "When you are settled, I will show you a little secret of the sea." Chapter 1546. Settle down in a manor? These words confused Ho Yin and the others. Where did this manor come from? However, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling understood very well that the manor that Yang Chen mentioned was clearly the original Zhao family manor in the mortal world. Now it should be the manor cave residence that Fairy Junkie of Xiantian sect renamed as Yang family manor. "Is Junkie here too?" Gao Yu asked with some surprise. Whether it was the Dragon Palace or the Yang family manor, it was her home. As long as it was a woman, she would be happy to settle down in her own home, even if she had cultivated to the 3rd grade of human immortal. Not for the time being, but I think she will be here soon. Yang Chen knew Tao, Junkie's character. If Chunyang Palace was the temporary foothold of Qi Men's sect in the beginning, Tao Junkie might not necessarily appear. But knowing that Chunyang Palace had a real territory here, she would definitely come over. Of course, at this time, there was no need to wait for Tao Junkie's arrival here. Although Hatred Parting Sea was already the territory of Chunyang Palace, no one knew what was inside except for Yang Chen. Since they were already at the seaside, how could they still be patient? With Long Xian following them, entering the sea was a piece of cake. Long Xian did not return to his original huge size of 1,000 miles, but only controlled his body to about 10 feet, which was enough for everyone to sit on his back. When everyone sat down, Long Xian quietly led everyone into the water. Once in the water, Long Xian was like a fish in water. On land, Long Xian carried the merit monument on his back. While the massive amount of merit brought him incomparably safe protection, it also brought him great pressure. But in the sea, it seemed that everything was at least 10 times lighter. On Long Xian's back, a huge bubble suddenly appeared, enveloping everyone inside. Even if they were at the bottom of the sea, there was not much difference from being on the shore. Everyone had seen the ocean in the mortal world, but it was their first time seeing the ocean in the spiritual realm. On the surface, there seemed to be no difference, but after entering the water, they immediately discovered the difference. Just like the natives of the spiritual realm, the weakest fish in the sea seemed to be at least at the foundation establishment stage, and this was just a small fry that had just been born. There were simply countless large underwater creatures with cultivation bases at the nascent soul and Mahayana stages. From the coast to the bottom of the sea, in a distance of less than 2,000 miles, he had encountered at least a dozen sea fish hundreds of feet in size at the peak Yuanying stage or the early Mahayana stage. And during this period, he was also entangled by 4 or 5 kelp-like plants. It was fortunate that the aura of a grade 5 Earth Immortal Realm cultivator was released. Be it the fishes or the kelp, none of them dared to get too close to him. Who? Shi Kuei and Xia Sha both heaved a sigh of relief. When they knew Yang Qin, he was also the overlord of the barren Sand Valley. Now, seeing that the lowest level of the demon race was more prosperous than them, they could not help but sigh. And this was only the weak sea beasts within 2,000 kilometers of the coast. If they went deeper and wider into the sea, who knew what kind of terrifying fellows there would be? Under the guidance of Yang Qin, Long Xian was very strange and kept cruising in a certain direction on the bottom of the sea. The strange situation made everyone a little puzzled. However, Yang Qin must have his reasons for doing things. Everyone just waited to see the result, but no one asked. Anyway, they would know the result soon. There was no need to rush to explore now. As a human immortal level cultivator, they still had this kind of mentality. This tour lasted for more than a day. They didn't know how many laps they had turned. There was no compass or anything like that under the sea. Everyone had already lost their way. They didn't know how far they were from the coast now. Anyway, everyone was very deep under the sea. The huge water pressure was a little difficult for everyone's body to resist, and they had to use their cultivation base to resist. It's almost there. Yang Qin finally spoke to everyone. The words, "almost there," aroused everyone's interest again, and they released their spiritual awareness to explore. At such a deep bottom of the sea, there was no light that could penetrate, and it was dark all around. The strange thing was that even though they had seen many strong sea beasts along the way, they couldn't find a single one here. The result of using their spiritual awareness to explore was that within a radius of 1,000 miles, there was nothing at all. Relying on the light that Long Xian created to illuminate everyone looked at Yang Qin suspiciously, waiting for him to give an explanation. Long Xian, dig down. It's at least 3,000 feet deep. Yang Qin still didn't explain. He casually sent out a spot of light that landed a few hundred miles ahead of them as he instructed. Without any hesitation, Long Xian's body expanded rapidly. Before long, he had reverted to his original form of a black tortoise. With a single swipe of his claws, he dug a few hundred feet deep. After a few swipes, he reached the depth that Yang Qin mentioned. When they were only halfway down, everyone could clearly feel that something was wrong. A burst of spiritual power that was many times denser than the surrounding came from below, making people feel refreshed. After Long Xian dug a few more times, the spiritual power became denser and denser. It was even stronger than the spiritual vein that was located in Chunyang Palace. Spiritual vein? Gao Yu was the first to say in surprise, and the others nodded their heads. With such dense spiritual power, it would be strange if it wasn't a spiritual vein. However, how could this spiritual vein be hidden so deep? They didn't know how deep the seabed was, but the spiritual vein was actually more than 3,000 feet deep. Heaven Immortal grade, spiritual vein. Old Tree Demon said decisively. Relatively speaking, Old Tree Demon and the others had been in the spiritual world for hundreds of years, and some of their knowledge of the spiritual world was far stronger than Gao Yu and Gong Sunling. They could immediately judge the grade of the spiritual vein from the aura it emitted. The grade of spiritual vein in the spiritual world was determined according to Human Immortal, Earth Immortal, and Heaven Immortal. Of course, as the name suggested, Human Immortal grade spiritual vein could meet the needs of Human Immortal cultivators. Earth Immortal grade could meet the needs of Earth Immortal cultivators, and Heaven Immortal grade could meet the needs of Heaven Immortal cultivators. The spiritual vein in Linyang River, where Chunyang Palace was located, was a Human Immortal grade spiritual vein. At best, it was enough for hundreds or thousands of Human Immortal experts to cultivate. For the current Chunyang Palace, it was enough. However, it was far from enough to adapt to the development of a big sect. Basically, all spiritual veins in Linyang River were of this grade, which was also one of the reasons why no one was interested in this place. It could only meet the needs of Human Immortals. Once there was an Earth Immortal expert, no one would know where to go to cultivate. No matter how big or small the sect was, they wouldn't pay attention to it. Occasionally, there would be a few rogue cultivators who would naturally leave after their cultivation improved. Chapter 1547. Even if she had no idea about the level of spiritual veins, when she heard the Old Tree Demon's affirmation, Gao Yu knew that this must be the fairy immortal level spiritual vein that the Old Tree Demon mentioned. This time, they found a fairy immortal level spiritual vein. This time, Chunyang Palace did not have to worry about the problem of insufficient spiritual veins for long-term development. With this spiritual vein, it was enough for everyone to cultivate to the fairy immortal level. No one knew how Yang Qin knew that there was such a spiritual vein here, but it was certain that the discovery of this spiritual vein had completely solved the bottleneck of Chunyang Palace's development for at least 5,000 or 6,000 years. For a sect that had no foundation in the spiritual realm, this was enough. As for how it would develop after 5,000 or 6,000 years, it was a matter for the future. Moreover, such a long time might be enough for Yang Qin to find opportunities for further development. No one would doubt that Yang Qin could not solve this problem. From the beginning, when Yang Qin spared no effort to find a site for Chunyang Palace, everyone knew that Yang Qin must have a series of solutions. This point had already been proven in the mortal world. Long Xian's movements continued, and he did not stop just because he found the spiritual vein. His huge claws began to become nimble, slowly expanding along the opening of the spirit vein, only stopping when it reached the widest diameter of the spirit vein. It had to be said that the quality of this spiritual vein was far beyond everyone's expectations. Now, the big opening of the spiritual vein was more than 2 or 3 times larger than when it was first dug. It had formed a large spiritual vein exit with a diameter of tens of feet. At this point, the true appearance of the spiritual vein appeared in front of everyone. The previous estimation of the fairy immortal level spiritual vein by the Old Tree Demon was still a bit vague, or not particularly accurate enough. This was indeed a fairy immortal level spiritual vein. To be exact, it was a high-level fairy immortal level spiritual vein, which could at least support the cultivation of a cultivator to the 6th or 7th level of the fairy immortal level. Not to mention other things, this spiritual vein alone was at least 50% higher than the spiritual vein in the territory of Chimen sect. The largest spirit vein, there was only an early stage heaven immortal grade, which was far less promising than this newly discovered spirit vein. Long Xian, can you cover this spirit vein and prevent the spiritual energy from leaking out? While everyone was still celebrating, Yang Qin had already started asking Long Xian. Before Long Xian could reply, everyone froze for a moment before understanding what was going on. Now, all the cultivators in Chunyang Palace, including Yang Qin, excluding Long Xian, the strongest was only Hou Yun, who was a grade 5 human immortal. All of them were human immortals and didn't need this level of spiritual vein. Since everyone was at this level, there was no need to expose this spirit vein and attract the attention of the sect. It was only natural for Long Xian to cover him up. But for the people in Chunyang Palace, it meant something different. Eating a meal without knowing the next one and knowing that there was a mountain of gold and silver waiting for them to move. In terms of mentality, there was a very different difference between the two. The mentality of the cultivators was the same. They only knew that they had a human immortal spiritual vein, but they didn't know what to do when they reached the earth immortal realm. It was completely different from knowing that their own sect had already discovered a heaven immortal grade, spiritual vein, waiting for them to come and cultivate. Two different mentalities had a fatal impact on cultivation. Presumably, after the palace master heard about this spirit vein, they would be full of confidence when they cultivated in the future. The promotion of well-founded confidence for cultivation could be completely seen from the cultivation path of Master Wang Yong. At that time, Master Wang Yong had completely lost confidence, not to mention ascending. Even entering the Dishang stage was difficult. But when Yang Qin took out the heaven-seizing pill, it immediately became completely different. Knowing that as long as he entered the Dishang stage, he would definitely be able to ascend, Master Wang Yong's state of mind immediately improved by at least one realm, and the results of the later cultivation were completely different. Now that the same situation was staged, the entire Chunying Palace would have an earth-shaking change in mentality. It was estimated that this was the fundamental reason why Yang Qin took everyone to find this heaven immortal spiritual vein as soon as he came up. It's difficult to fully absorb it. Long Xian was honest, listening to Yang Chen's question. He replied immediately after a little consideration. Bian, who carried the merit monument, could not be regarded as an ordinary monster race. The strength of the dragon clan was also very prominent in the descendants. But even so, Long Xian still did not dare to give a definite answer. I just let you cover it, not let you fully absorb it. Yang Qin stamped Long Xian's foot in amusement. Did this guy really think that he was a descendant of the dragon clan, so he felt lawless? This level of heaven immortal spiritual vein, not to mention Long Xian's mirror earth immortal grade 5 cultivation base, even if it was replaced by a heaven immortal grade 5 master, he would not dare to say that he could fully absorb the spiritual power inside. If he didn't absorb it and only covered it, then it wouldn't be too difficult for Long Xian. Long Xian's massive body was 1,000 miles in radius, so it was easy for him to cover the exit of a spiritual vein that was tens of feet in diameter. Originally, when this spiritual vein was buried under the sea, everyone would not be able to sense it. How could Long Xian's body be just that thick? That was not all. To Long Xian, his body was blocking the spiritual vein, which meant that his body would always be nourished by the heaven immortal spiritual vein. For ordinary cultivators, recklessly absorbing a spiritual vein that was of a higher level than them would be a disaster. But for Long Xian, who had the Bian's bloodline, it was a rare and wonderful thing. Moreover, he had a huge amount of merit to protect him, which allowed him to enjoy this heaven immortal spiritual vein all by himself. Without a word, Long Xian took a few steps forward, and his entire body covered the spiritual vein tightly. Not a single trace of spiritual power leaked out, and it was completely covered by Long Xian. Even though everyone was very close to him, they could not feel a single trace of spiritual power. Husband, when you found the spiritual vein, you took so many detours. What kind of formation is this? Gong Sunling was proficient in formations, and she was also concerned about formations now. She finally found a chance to ask. Gong Sunling had been studying this formation for 2 days, but she had no clue. She could only ask her husband, "What kind of formation is this?" It's just a natural maze. Yang Qin smiled and replied, "The reason why I took so many detours was because I couldn't accurately find this place on the sea. What kind of formation is this?" Gong Sunling heard the words and suddenly blushed, or she thought that things were complicated. She couldn't feel any spiritual power ripples, so she thought it was some complicated formation. She didn't expect it to be this. "Husband, is this the secret of the hatred-parting sea that you were talking about?" Seeing that Gong Sunling was a little embarrassed, she quickly changed the topic and asked Yang Qin. Chapter 1548. It's just an ordinary spiritual vein. How can it be regarded as the secret of the sea? This question made Yang Qin smile bitterly again. However, it was his wife who didn't understand the situation twice in a row, so Yang Qin explained in detail. There must be a spirit vein of heaven immortal level in the sea. This is clear to all the sect. Yang Qin knew that the two women had only been in the spiritual world for a short time and many things were not very clear, so he explained patiently, "It's just that there are almost none near the coast. If it's far away in the sea, this kind of spiritual vein is occupied by powerful sea beasts. If you want to compete for it, you need to pay a great price." Just like in the mortal world, everyone knows that there must be a powerful spiritual vein in the sea, but except for the Green Jade Immortal Island and the South China Sea Alliance, which have a series of islands as a foothold, other sects rarely open a spiritual vein in the sea. Even the powerful sect, like the Zhao family, only absorbs spiritual power from Longxian instead of directly occupying the spiritual vein on the seabed. The reason is the same. A powerful spiritual vein will inevitably attract powerful sea beasts. If you want to snatch it first, you have to pay a considerable price. The gain is not worth the loss, unless you have a super powerful magic weapon like the Dragon Clan sea map that can directly absorb spiritual power. Otherwise, no one is willing to take the risk. This is the case in the mortal world, and the same is true in the spiritual world. So everyone understands that there must be a spirit vein of heaven immortal level in the sea, but no sect will be willing to occupy it. Now that Yang Qin discovered this immortal spirit vein, it was an extremely rare offshore spirit vein. First, this spiritual vein is relatively hidden and no one has discovered it so far. Second, it is close to the coast and powerful sea beasts generally will not appear in this distance, so it was convenient for Yang Qin. Of course, Yang Qin knew about this spiritual vein because of the memory of his previous life. In his memory, this spirit vein was discovered 3,000 years later. At that time, the cultivators had already retreated to the Sunset Rock, the overlooking Sun River, and the resentful parting sea. The spirit veins on the ground were simply not enough for everyone to cultivate. Under the search of thousands of heaven immortal masters, this offshore spiritual vein was discovered, but it took thousands of heaven immortal masters for a full 30 years. With this memory, Yang Qin naturally didn't need to waste any more time. He could just find it directly. The reason why they had to go around in circles was also because of what Yang Qin had said before. There was no point of reference on the surface of the sea. They had to go to the bottom of the sea to find the natural maze and then walk over it step by step. What is the secret of the hatred-parting sea? Everyone's interest was immediately aroused. Gong Sunling also forgot the little embarrassment from before and asked curiously, "Let's go now. It's not far from here." Yang Qin did not disappoint them. He stood up and prepared to move. Because Longxian had to cover up the spirit vein, he was left behind. In a place like this, with the support of the Merit and Virtue Monument, an insanely rich spirit vein, Longxian could cultivate the Dragon Clan's cultivation techniques recorded in the second level of the Dragon Tower in a short period of time. For cultivators, the higher the grade of the spirit vein, the better it was for their cultivation. The most suitable one was the best. Directly using a spirit vein that exceeded one's own level would not bring any additional benefits other than wasting spiritual power. Everyone understood this logic. Therefore, no one dared to be entangled here and followed Yang Qin to see the true secret of the hatred-parting sea. This time around, Everyone entered Yang Chen's flying shuttle and flew towards a certain direction. After a while, everyone felt the flying shuttle come to a stop. "We're here." Everyone was a little surprised. Even though Yang Chen said that it wasn't far from here, everyone felt that it was at least 1,000 miles away. It had only been a cup of tea's time and they had actually arrived. Appearing at the bottom of the sea once more, everyone used their spiritual senses to explore the surroundings. It was still empty, and there seemed to be nothing at all. They did not know what the secret Yang Chen was talking about was, but since it was a secret, everyone wanted to find it out on their own. At least, it would be more interesting that way. "Don't tell us first. We'll look for it ourselves." When they were underwater, Ho Yun, who had the water attribute, seemed to have returned home as he began to jump up and down in search. These days after his ascension, he had been stifled to death. Even after killing those people from Chiman's sect, he hadn't been able to fully vent his frustrations. It just so happened that there was a game to pass the time. He couldn't let Yang Chen reveal the mystery at once. Of course, Yang Chen was well behaved and did not intend to reveal it. After taking everyone to the place, he looked at it with a smile. Everyone put on an adventurous posture, looking for it bit by bit, like children playing hide-and-seek. It was rare for a human immortal cultivator to have this kind of childlike innocence. Yang Chen naturally would not spoil the fun. This sea area seemed to be very calm. There were no winds and waves, and the bottom of the sea was flat. There were various kinds of seabed creatures, but they were not enough to threaten everyone. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from Ho Yin, they had already escaped far away. Only Yang Chen and a few others were here. No matter how everyone explored with their spiritual senses, they couldn't find any secrets here. In impatience, Ho Yin held his big stick and imitated the previous actions of Black Tortoise. He plunged the stick into the deep bottom of the sea, as if he wanted to find something from the ground. Others also followed suit and began to have the idea of exploring the bottom of the sea. Shi Kuei and Xia Sha were both of the earth attribute. They directly went underground, searched slowly, and had a lot of fun. Even Gao Yu showed a rare, lively look, digging around and looking around. Yang Chen's spiritual senses had never left Gao Yu's side. When she was in the mortal world, Gao Yu could be said to be an extremely respected supreme elder. How could she show such an expression? Only when she arrived in the spiritual world. She was no longer a high and mighty great elder, but a newcomer who had just ascended. The change in identity made Gao Yu have such a relaxed expression, such a rare calm and serene expression. Yang Chen was going to be crazy. Husband look. While he was obsessed, Gong Suanling's whisper suddenly came to Yang Chen's ear. In fact, Gao Yu's heart had always been on Yang Chen. When she was playing, she suddenly heard the voice of Gong Sunling. She immediately rushed over and asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Did you find the secret?" Gong Sunling shook her head directly. She was the only one who did not play treasure hunting games except Yang Chen. The reason for this was that there had been some small changes in the mountain river geographical map. As early as in the mortal world, Gong Suanling's mountain river geographical map had already absorbed the East Sea nautical map in the Dragon Palace, and later absorbed the fragmented South Sea nautical map. They were all magic weapons refined by the Dragon Clan. After integrating the two nautical maps, the Mountain River geographical map was particularly sensitive to the geography of the water system. In the spiritual world, the Mountain River geographical map had been constantly adding the geography of the spiritual world. But when it returned to the hatred-parting sea, it quickly simulated the marine geography. Chapter 1549. Gong Sunling didn't find anything unusual before and just thought that it was a normal situation in the Mountain River geographical map. However, she suddenly found that there seemed to be something more in the Mountain River geographical map. With Gong Suanling's movement, Yang Chen and Gao Yu quickly changed places and appeared in the Mountain River geographical map, and Gong Sunling also appeared beside the two. In front of the three of them was a huge square. It was not particularly appropriate to say that it was a square. It was clearly a huge stone slab. On the stone slab, there was a clear outline, and within that outline, there was a very dazzling bright spot. Around the bright spot, there were a few dim but equally flickering spots. This huge stone slab felt familiar to Yang Chen at first glance, and the outline that appeared was also a little familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he suddenly reacted and pointed to the stone slab and asked in surprise, "This is the stone slab of the East China Sea map." "There is also the South China Sea map. It has been fused together," Gong Sunling replied quickly. Both sea maps were produced by the Dragon Clan. The same material, the same technique, and the same function. It was very normal to be able to fuse them together. "But what is this place?" Gao Yu pointed to the clear outline and asked with a frown. She had also seen the sea maps of the mortal world, and she also knew what the East China Sea and South China Sea looked like. But this place was very strange, and she had never seen it before. "This is the sea map of the hatred-parting sea." Yang Chen took over the conversation and said the answer. He pointed to the brightest spot and continued, "That bright spot is the spiritual vein that Long Xian is now covering." With Yang Chen's confirmation, Gong Sunling finally confirmed that this was the sea map of the hatred-parting sea. When it first appeared, Gong Sunling couldn't believe it and thought that something had changed, but now she was completely relieved. After all, the magic weapon of the Dragon Clan was extraordinary. The sea map of the mortal world could still show the distribution of the sea in the spiritual world. Yang Chen walked to the side of the bright spot that symbolized the spiritual vein and reached out to touch it. Immediately, he felt a majestic spiritual energy gushing out. It was the feeling of a heaven immortal level spiritual vein. This sea map still retained the powerful effects of the mortal world. Just this alone was enough to make Yang Chen smile. In this way, as long as Gong Sunling ran around the surrounding ocean, there would be no need to struggle with those powerful sea beasts for the spiritual veins. She could directly absorb spiritual power from the sea map. "Hubby, didn't you say that the hatred-parting sea definitely has a sky immortal spirit vein? How come I only see one here?" Gong Sunling's questions followed. Those dim spots were definitely ordinary human immortal grade, or even weaker spirit veins. There was no sign of other heaven immortal grade spirit veins. The sea map has just been formed and needs to be perfected. Yang Chen guessed with a smile. As long as we have enough time, or if we run to enough places, we will be able to make up for it. Ling, this time, we are in an invincible position. With this killer weapon, Yang Chen's family and Chunying Palace could almost be said to have no worries. Just wait for more and more masters to ascend, and Chunying Palace would be more and more prosperous. At this point, Yang Chen had already made arrangements. After the ascension of the palace master in the mortal world, Yang Chen restrained other disciples of Chunying Palace who had already reached the edge of ascension and postponed their ascension for hundreds of years. The reason was that Chunying Palace had no foundation in the spiritual world. Even if they ascended, they might be suppressed in vain. Yang Chen had told those masters in the mortal world that they would wait for 100 years after Yang Chen ascended. On the one hand, these masters guarded the Chunying Palace in the mortal world. On the other hand, by the time they ascended, Yang Chen must have taken root in the spiritual world and arranged everything so that they would not be suppressed. It could be said that now Chunying Palace had territory and spiritual veins. They were just waiting for the population to flourish, and the day of their rise was just around the corner. Knowing that the change in the sea map was a good thing, the three of them were no longer worried and once again returned to the bottom of the sea. Ho Yin and the old tree demon were still searching. The old tree demon was particularly exaggerated. He directly plunged his roots into the bottom of the sea and directly spread hundreds of miles. The movement of the underground could not be hidden from him. However, under such a big move, the 4 demon race masters did not find anything unusual here, let alone find any secrets. However, everyone was not discouraged and still played in full swing. Yang Chen had been sitting in the undersea pavilion prepared by Gong Sunling for several days. With the Mountain River geographical map, it was easy to make such an undisturbed pavilion on the bottom of the sea. Sitting in the pavilion, Yang Chen ate dishes, drank wine, and watched everyone play games. His life was so comfortable that it was a mess. Unfortunately, a secret was a secret. Even with the addition of Gong Sunling, a master who had the Mountain River geographical map and could almost cheat, everyone did not find out what the secret Yang Chen said was. More than a month later, Ho Yun was the first to lose patience. He stepped into the pavilion very unhappily, grabbed the wine pot on the table, and poured it into his mouth. After drinking, he sat down and began to mutter, "It's boring. It's really boring." For more than a month, everyone had almost dug 3 feet into the ground, but they found nothing. Everyone's divine awareness could probably sweep all over the place, but they did not find any clues. If they didn't know that Yang Chen would definitely not deceive everyone on this, everyone would have suspected that there was nothing worth paying attention to here at all. With Ho Yin taking the lead, everyone began to return one by one. Everyone returned without success, and the expression on their faces was a little lost. The secret that has been kept for thousands of years, if it can be easily discovered by you, what kind of secret is it? Yang Chen couldn't help laughing. If that's the case, it would have been discovered and taken away long ago. How can it be our turn? It was very reasonable, but everyone was a little annoyed that they couldn't find it. It was not that they really had any heart demons. When the last old tree demon also put away his roots and came to the pavilion to drink, Gao Yu pushed Yang Chen gently. "It's time for you to solve the mystery." Yang Chen stood up with a smile and walked out slowly. Everyone's eyes and spiritual awareness all closely followed Yang Chen's figure, and from time to time they frantically explored around him, hoping to find something at the last moment. After walking for about 100 steps, Yang Chen finally stopped. After everyone's divine awareness explored him frantically again, they still found nothing and could only give up. This little secret of Li Hin Si is actually here. Yang Chen bent down and picked up a small conch at his feet with 3 fingers and put it in the palm of his hand. Chapter 1550. A conch, not even half a finger, did not need 3 fingers. Even 2 fingers could be picked up. In the sea, such a conch was not known how many who would care about a small and insignificant conch. There was a faint fluctuation of spiritual power on the conch, which was very weak. This was not surprising. The creatures of the spiritual world, from the beginning of birth, had the power of the foundation stage, and it was the most normal thing to have spiritual power fluctuations on their bodies. If there were no such fluctuations, everyone would feel strange. In the exploration of everyone's spiritual awareness, this kind of creature with low spiritual power fluctuations was not considered at all. Most of the marine creatures fled far away after feeling Ho Yun's momentum. But there were some exceptions, like this conch, which did not have a particularly fast speed and could not escape far at all. They could only shrink their whole body in the shell to avoid it. At the bottom of the sea parting hatred, there were hundreds of millions of conches like this. Who would pay attention to this kind of dust-like thing? Who could have thought that there would be a secret hidden in this thing that everyone could not find? What is inside? Everyone was shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. As Yang Chen said, it could be easily found by everyone. It would definitely not be a secret that could be kept until the present. Everyone was a cultivator and knew the magic of the word fate. No one cared if they could not find it. However, everyone was curious about what was inside that could be treated as a secret by Yang Chen so seriously. "I don't know for the time being." Yang Chen smiled and gave everyone such an answer. Just when everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly again, Yang Chen suddenly told everyone, "Old Ho, old Gui, after you go in, you have to be more careful." It was obvious that Yang Chen knew how to mobilize everyone's enthusiasm. With just one sentence, Ho Yun and old Gui were excited. Shi Kuei and Xia Sha were also ready to fight and were ready to fight. Seeing that everyone was ready, Yang Qin gave everyone a gesture, and then everyone's eyes were dazzled, and they all disappeared in place and appeared in a strange place. This was a huge space. Looking at it, one could not see the end at a glance. The initial estimate was no less than tens of thousands of miles. Although the ground was very wide, the shape of the sky was very strange. It was a very familiar spiral. Combined with the conch in Yang Chen's hand, there was no doubt that the sky was in the shape of a conch. The most amazing thing was that the space was completely a world of water. Even though it looked no different from the land, it was because the water that filled the entire space was abnormally clear and transparent. In the end, this was just an underwater palace. Everyone was at the entrance of the huge underwater mansion. What entered their eyes was a tall, decorated archway that pierced through the clouds. The words on the decorated archway had been soaked in water for who knew how many years, and had long been dilapidated. Some unfamiliar aquatic vines grew all over it, and it could no longer be seen clearly. While everyone was still sizing him up, Ho Yun's figure suddenly flashed, and he appeared hundreds of feet away. He raised the golden rod in his hand high and smashed it in front of him. Boom! A huge sound wave traveled from the water to everyone's ears. It was much more powerful than the sound wave on land. The empty space in front of Ho Yun was directly smashed out a huge pit by this rod. It's just that, apart from this, there was nothing else. Everyone's divine senses detected the shadow that flashed by, but Ho Yun's attack was in vain, and he did not even touch the other party's hair. The other party's figure was too fast. Even Ho Yun did not catch up. This time, everyone suddenly became serious. Sure enough, it was a fight worth looking forward to. Ho Yun's face showed the kind of excited grin, making people unable to help but feel creepy. The old tree demon rushed forward for over 100 miles, then quickly took root. In an instant, the ground within a radius of several hundred miles was covered by the old tree demon's roots. The huge canopy of the tree also quickly spread out for hundreds of miles, protecting everyone under the tree. Among the monster race, when it came to physical strength, no one could match Ho Yun. But when it came to the strength of the spiritual awareness, even Ho Yun was inferior in front of the old tree demon. Soon, the old tree demon noticed the location of the other party's real body and began to attack frantically. The other party didn't seem to want to confront the old tree demon, Ho Yun, head-on. As soon as he started, he quickly left. In the water, the other party's speed was amazing, a few points faster than Yang Chen's shuttle. Shi Kuei also showed his real body. Although it was an Earth attribute viper, it was equally flexible in the water. With a twist of his body, he appeared dozens of miles away, waiting for the opportunity to capture the figure of the other party. Xie Sha was a sand scorpion. He had no advantage in the water and could only maintain a general speed. At the moment, he did not try to be brave. Together with Yang Chen, Gao Yu, and Gong Sunling, he slowly walked towards the real body of the old tree demon. For the monster race, the most effective way of cultivation was to fight. At the beginning, Chunyang Palace was weak, and they could only suppress their nature. Now, with Yang Chen, they didn't have to care so much at all, just fight with all their strength. With such an opportunity, how could they easily let it go? By the way, don't kill him directly. Yang Chen's voice came from the water to the ears of Ho Yun and the old tree demon, Shi Kuei. If you want to control this underwater mansion, you can't do it without him. What a disappointment. Ho Yun couldn't help but complain. He couldn't help but be happy. If he didn't kill the opponent, how could he enjoy it? Wait until you can catch up with him before talking about other things. Yang Chen laughed and ignored Ho Yun's discomfort. He made a space beside the trunk of the old tree demon and once again asked Gong Sunling to make the pavilion. The husband and wife, plus Xie Sha, sat in the pavilion and continued to rest and drink. The old tree demon's spiritual awareness clearly captured the figure of the opponent several times. But when he and Ho Yun wanted to fight, the opponent always escaped quickly, making Ho Yun and Shi Kuei always yell in anger. Cowardly rat, if you have the guts, fight with Uncle Ho. Ho Yun finally couldn't help it. He used his full cultivation base and shouted into the space. The loud voice quickly spread throughout the underwater mansion, but the opponent didn't seem to hear it at all and ignored it. He still approached carefully from a distance and left immediately when he found something wrong. Even if the old tree demon Ho Yun and Shikuei tried their best, there was no way to make the opponent stop. This situation lasted for almost 4 or 5 days. Ho Yun and Shikuei had been provoked and filled with anger. Only the old tree demon was still unusually calm and still keenly captured the opponent's figure. Finally, the opponent seemed to be familiar with their clamor and began to try to fight against Ho Yun and the old tree demon. Chapter 1551. Compared to the beginning when he ran away before he even touched him, the opponent has now improved a lot. Of course, this was the feeling of Ho Yun and Shikuei. The other party also seemed to understand that the old tree demon's spiritual awareness was powerful and did not dare to contact the old tree demon. So far, except for Yang Chen, no one has been able to understand what the opponent was. Even Gao Yugong Sunling, whose spiritual awareness had reached the 6th grade of human immortal, was the same. The other party's speed was too fast, and everyone's spiritual awareness in the water could not keep up with the other party's figure. Perhaps after taking a few attacks from Shikuei, he found that he didn't seem to be able to cause much damage to himself. So the other party had more contact with Ho Yun and Shikuei. Ho Yun was keenly aware of this. It must be said that, in terms of fighting, Ho Yun had an unusual intuition. After discovering this, Ho Yun began to hide his strength moderately, lowering his cultivation level to the same level as Shikuei, and also began to fight with the hidden monster. The sound of fighting rang out one after another, and the battle seemed to have begun to become a stalemate. When it was discovered that Ho Yun and Shikuei really couldn't bring him any more damage, the other party's courage grew and he got closer and closer. Unlike the beginning, when he found something wrong, he fled immediately. The old tree demon and Ho Yun have been working together for many years, quietly watching Ho Yun and Shikuei slowly lead the unknown opponent to the center of his canopy. When the time was right, Ho Yun and the old tree demon both shot in an instant, revealing their fangs that had been tolerated until now. Boom, boom, boom. 3 attacks accurately hit the opponent's body. This time, because the 3 guys had planned for a long time, they hit from 3 directions at the same time. The other party couldn't even run away and could only fall into the encirclement of the 3 guys. The other party finally revealed his figure. After seeing it, everyone took a breath of cold air. The opponent, who had always been slippery and fast, turned out to be a very small killer whale. The length was less than 3 feet, and the fat body didn't show the fierceness of the killer whale at all, but it was very cute. This place was really a bit mystical. The huge underwater mansion was hidden in a tiny conch that couldn't be any smaller, and inside the underwater mansion there was a killer whale whose original body should have been very huge, but now it was very small. The world was really big, nothing was too strange. They thought that the joint attack of the 3 of them would make the little killer whale dizzy, and then surrender, but what they didn't expect was that the little killer whale's body just shook a little. And then everyone saw the fat on its body tremble a few times, and then nothing happened. The 3 people's confident attacks fell on the little killer whale's body, but it only made its fat tremble a few times. This was simply a disgrace. Ho Yun knew that although he had held back, even an earthly immortal expert would have to temporarily avoid that blow. But in the face of such a little killer whale, it actually took his blow as if nothing had happened. How could this extraordinary shame and humiliation be possible? Don't even think about leaving. Take another strike from me. Ho Yun was furious and shouted at the little killer whale. The muscles of his whole body bulged to the limit. He raised the golden giant stick high and then smashed it heavily at the head of the little killer whale. As for what Yang Chen said just now about sparing his life, he had already forgotten about it. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, an accident occurred. The little killer whale's body suddenly enlarged, and in an instant it became hundreds of meters long. Before Ho Yun's cudgel smashed down, its huge tail heavily whipped Ho Yun. Bang! Ho Yin, together with his stick, flew out like a cannonball and was directly whipped 100 miles away by the tail. The sudden change made the old tree demon, Shikue, stunned in place. Such a situation of being whipped away had always happened to Ho Yun's opponents. But this time it was completely reversed, and it was Ho Yin who was whipped away. How was this possible? The old tree demon, Shikue, and Xiasha were very clear about Ho Yun's strength. Even if the three of them combined their strength, they were not his opponent. All the monster race in the entire Chunying Palace seemed to be able to fight Ho Yin together. What was the cultivation of this killer whale? How could it be so terrifying? Another question also floated in everyone's mind. Since the killer whale's cultivation was so powerful, how could it escape before it was touched? Ho Yun's roar followed his body all the way to this side. This time, Ho Yun was really furious. When did the mighty Ape King suffer such a big loss? He, who was known for his strength, was whipped away. This could be tolerated. What could not be tolerated? Ho Yin was still in place, but he had already shown his true appearance. The huge mighty Ape King rushed over here with his teeth bared. The ferocity of his face could be imagined without looking. In the face of Ho Yun's ferocity, the killer whale was stunned at first. Then his face changed, and he showed his teeth to Ho Yun in the distance. More than 20 long conical teeth were like huge sharp blades. Coupled with the various ferocious expressions on the huge killer whale's face, it was really frightening. Even Ho Yin, who rushed all the way, could not help but change his face. However, who was Ho Yin? The fiercer the opponent, the more he liked it. The killer whale showed such a posture. Ho Yin was not angry, but happy. He shouted again, "It doesn't count. If you have the guts, you can eat my stick." With Ho Yun's cry, the huge mighty Ape King had jumped high in the water, and the golden giant stick instantly became longer and larger, smashing fiercely towards the head of the killer whale. The killer whale seemed to have thoroughly figured out the details of the three people in the attack just now. At this moment, he did not dodge and faced Ho Yun's giant stick head-on. Bang! The giant stick hit the killer whale's head firmly this time. However, the killer whale that Ho Yun expected to be hit by a stick did not appear. Instead, his hand was soft. He felt that the giant stick seemed to have hit a pile of cotton and began to sink softly. On the chubby body of the killer whale, there was a trace of being pressed down. The giant stick was in the middle of that trace and was quickly covered by the fat on both sides and could no longer be seen. The stick that Ho Yun smashed down with all his strength was exhausted little by little in this soft fat, and finally completely lost its strength. Then the pile of fat began to slowly recover to its original state, and Ho Yun's giant stick was gently bounced away from his body. Is this also possible? Not only Ho Yun, even the old tree demon, Shikue and Xiasha, even Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, did not expect such a situation. The full strength of the mighty Ape King in the realm of river turning strength was easily taken by a pile of fat. Chapter 1552. In the eyes of the killer whale, there was not much surprise. Looking at the stunned crowd, especially Ho Yun, he slowly shook his head. The kind of disdainful eyes made Ho Yun almost die of shame and indignation. The most powerful master of the Chunying Palace. When was he ever looked at with such eyes? It has always been him who looked down on all living beings. When has he ever been looked down upon like this? When Ho Yin was only in the Deshang stage, he met the great master Chu Yulong. At first, the great masters also had such eyes, but later, all of them turned into panic and shock, which shocked a large number of people. Ho Yin, who was unstoppable in the world, was ridiculed by a fat killer whale in this unknown and mysterious underwater mansion. Moreover, it was an undisguised contempt. If this news were to spread, it was unknown how the guys who died under Ho Yun's big stick would feel, or how happy they would be. Of course, the dead guy had no chance to express his emotions, but Ho Yun, who was alive, still couldn't accept such a shame and humiliation. With a loud cry, the golden stick was raised again and slammed down on the face of the killer whale, who stayed in place. The banging sound kept ringing, but the sound was not the sound of a straightforward head-on collision, but with a soft, low taste. On the body of the killer whale, hundreds of dents appeared in a moment. These marks suddenly took shape and then slowly returned to normal. After a while, the round and chubby killer whale was completely restored. Ho-Yun finally gave up and stood in the same place. The golden giant stick, which had never left his hand, was also let go by Ho-Yun at this moment and fell to the ground. The original high-spirited Master Ho-Yun, at the moment, was completely disheartened. His face was expressionless, as if he had lost all his vitality. Although everyone could not see the sweat on Ho-Yun's face in the water, everyone could imagine his mood. If an expert's specialty, which he was most proud of, was broken by someone standing still, no matter who it was, they would be equally disappointed. Neither the old tree demon nor Shikue had any plans to do it again. Even Ho-Yun had such a result. Even if the two of them went up, they might not have much of an effect. Needless to say, Shikue's cultivation was far worse than the old tree demon. Although the difference was not much, the old tree demon had one thing that Ho-Yun could not compare with. He was many times more cautious than Ho-Yun, and at the same time he was also many times calmer than Ho-Yun. He could see the facts clearly and judge the strength of his opponent and himself. The killer whale looked chubby and did not have any lethality. For the time being, no one could tell the killer whale's cultivation level. However, old tree demon could conclude that the killer whale's cultivation level was definitely beyond the human immortal stage. It was at least a level 7 or 8 stage Earth Immortal or even higher. Perhaps it was even at the peak of level 10 stage Earth Immortal. The gap between the Earth Immortal and the human Immortal was far from comparable to the gap between the Desheng stage and the human Immortal. To be honest, Ho-Yun's defeat was not undeserved. No one on Yang Chen's side made a move. Killer Whale didn't know why, but he didn't make a move either. He just stared with his round eyes and looked around. Old Ho, it's not shameful to be defeated by a level 8 stage Heaven Immortal expert. Yang Chen's voice finally rang out. It was as if he had been enlightened and entered Ho-Yun's ears. Level 8 stage Heaven Immortal. Hearing Yang Chen's words, everyone present was shocked. This unassuming, chubby, and a little comical fellow was actually a level 8 stage Heaven Immortal expert? Ho-Yun's eyes, which were almost unfocused, suddenly flashed with a bright light the moment he heard Yang Chen's voice. Level 8 stage Heaven Immortal expert? If it was really an opponent of this level, then it was really not shameful to be defeated by him. Although Ho-Yun usually had a condescending attitude, this fellow was still very respectful to the truly powerful experts. For example, Yang Chen had forcibly suppressed him in terms of strength. Ho-Yun had never dared to bare his teeth in front of Yang Chen. Now, this killer whale turned out to be a level 8 stage Heaven Immortal expert. There was a difference of 2 major realms. No wonder his big stick and great strength had no effect at all. As soon as he realized that his failure was a matter of course, Ho-Yun immediately regained his vigor. With a hook of his toes, the big stick that he had just let go of was picked up in his left hand. He then stretched out his right hand and gave Killer Whale a big thumbs up. A level Heaven Immortal expert. No wonder everyone could not really see Killer Whale's strength. It turned out that he had already exceeded the limit of everyone's perception. Old Tree Demon and Shikue had the urge to collapse at the thought that they had actually attacked a level 8 stage Heaven Immortal expert. Fortunately, Killer Whale was behaving very strangely at the moment. He stayed where he was and did not move at all. Seeing Ho-Yun give him a thumbs up, he also returned to his original size of 3 feet. He widened his big round eyes and looked at Ho-Yun curiously. Senior, this junior has a suitable cultivation method for you. Senior can refer to it. Since Yang Chen had already spoken, he naturally had already taken care of everything. At this moment, was there a more suitable way of communication than the beast controlling secret art? The direct communication of divine sense made Killer Whale startled, and then his body turned to Yang Chen's side. Feeling that Yang Chen had no malice, he nodded, and a voice sounded in Yang Chen's mind. What cultivation method? Transformation, secret art. Yang Chen passed the answer along with the transformation secret art. It can allow Senior to change his body shape. Before everyone could react, the communication between Yang Chen and Killer Whale had been completed. In the blink of an eye, the 3-foot-long killer whale turned into a round, fat man standing in place. A level immortal expert was indeed a level immortal expert. Back then, Shikuei and Xie Sha cultivated for at least a year. Even the old tree demon took more than a month to master the transformation secret art. Killer Whale had mastered it in just a moment. Interesting. Killer Whale looked down at the changes in his body, raised his hands and feet, and played very happily. At the same time, he also spoke. After adapting for a while, he looked up at Yang Chen and asked, "Who are you? Where did you come from? What are you doing?" This junior is Yang Chen of Chunying Palace. These two are my wife, and these are the elders of this junior's sect. After Yang Chen cupped his hands and saluted, he began to introduce himself and everyone. This junior and others found the underwater mansion outside, so we came in to find out what was going on and happened to meet Senior. Please forgive us for our rudeness, Senior. You came from outside. Fat Killer Whale looked very curious. He stared at the crowd and then pointed to Ho Yun and said, "Your strength is not small. Unfortunately, I still can't beat you." Ho Yun curled his lips, even if he was already convinced in his heart. He did not call him Senior. Chapter 1553. Hey, in terms of strength, I'm not your opponent. The fat killer whale shook his head and gave Ho Yun a thumbs up. You're not bad. Ho Yun's eyes flashed again, and he asked with joy, You can't beat me in terms of strength? Although he knew that the fat killer whale was a sky immortal master, and it was normal to lose, Ho Yun was still quite happy to hear the fat killer whale admit that he was not as strong as him. But your body is not as strong as mine. The fat killer whale admitted Ho Yun's question with his eyes. Then he stuck out his belly and said proudly. Everyone saw a pile of fat cushioning the power of Ho Yun's big stick, and then slowly bouncing back. Not only Ho Yun, everyone else also nodded. This was a fact. The fat on his body was definitely the killer whale Senior's. Since Senior is so powerful, why didn't you fight at the beginning and ran? Ho Yun was puzzled and asked curiously. This question was also what everyone else wanted to know. Everyone had the same doubts. At this moment, Ho Yun asked the question on behalf of everyone. Everyone stared at the fat killer whale, waiting for him to return. I've never fought with others. I was afraid of being beaten by you, so I ran when I saw you. The killer whale Senior was like a child who had never seen the outside world and grew up in a closed environment. He said very honestly, You are the first batch I've seen. So that was the case. Everyone understood. This terrifying fatty had been living in this underwater mansion and had never fought with others. So naturally, he didn't know how to judge the opponent's realm. It was funny to think about it. A level 8 Sky Immortal Master was scared by a few human Immortal level kids and ran away. Who knew how many people would say that it was nonsense? All the unreasonable things before had an explanation. Because this guy was a level 8 Sky Immortal, especially a water race, he was very fast in the water. It was normal that people couldn't see his shadow. After taking a few attacks from Ho Yun and the others, he came out to fight. Finally, he stood still and took Ho Yun's full attack. This was also because he had a comprehensive understanding of his and his opponent's strength. Of course, his mind was simple. He didn't think about what kind of psychological trauma Ho Yun would have if he took Ho Yun's attack like this. The pitiful Ho Yun had been inexplicably dealt a blow and had only just recovered from it. The old tree demon and Shikuei were glad that they had acted late. Otherwise, they would have followed in Ho Yun's footsteps. I've never been out. Do you think I'm powerful outside? The fat killer whale still looked like a curious baby and asked very seriously. This question made everyone speechless for a while. Killer whales' nerves must be big to a certain extent. Otherwise, How could he not notice Ho Yun's depressed expression just now? If an 8th stage heaven immortal was not considered powerful, then what was considered powerful in the spiritual realm? Do I really have to mobilize the grand, supreme, mystic, immortal experts of each sect? Very powerful. Yang Qin did not have such a reaction. He just gave Killer Whale a simple affirmative answer. Killer Whale immediately became complacent. As soon as he heard that he was also very powerful outside, he felt very happy. Her innocent look made everyone blush with shame. However, up until now, everyone was actually sweating profusely in their hearts. Although Killer Whale was smiling and talking to everyone now, this kind of simple-minded person was even more difficult to deal with. If he was annoyed, no one would be able to leave alive with so many people present. Because of this, almost no one spoke, and only Yang Chen came out to deal with it. It seemed that Yang Chen had a well-thought-out plan, and it was estimated that he already had a way to deal with it. What's fun outside? After Killer Whale Fatty was proud, he immediately began to ask again. There's a lot of fun, and there's a lot of delicious food. Yang Chen replied quickly. It seemed to be a casual sentence, but it immediately attracted the attention of Killer Whale Fatty. Delicious food? What kind of delicious food? A lot, something like this. Yang Chen, of course, answered the question with a purpose. Seeing that Fatty really took the bait, he immediately took advantage of the situation and threw out the corpse of a human immortal-level demon beast hundreds of meters long from the merit ring. This human immortal-level demon beast corpse was actually the corpse of a kind of beast on the demon continent. At that time, the corpses of the beasts hunted by Gao Yu and the other women were handed over to Yang Chen. After the demonic qi on the corpse was completely purified by Yang Chen, it became like this. As soon as the corpse was thrown out, Fatty Whale stared at it and observed it carefully. Obviously, he had never seen this kind of beast before. After circling the corpse a few times, his figure suddenly changed, returning to the original appearance of Killer Whale again. But his figure was a little bigger. It looked like it was thousands of meters long. Facing the corpse of the demon beast, he opened his mouth, and the corpse hundreds of meters long was swallowed by him. After a crunching sound of chewing, Killer Whale turned into a fat man again, smacking his mouth as if he was savoring the aftertaste. After a while, he said, "The taste is a bit special, but it's not delicious. It's just a little supplement." Everyone looked at it for a while. Although Shikue and Xiasha had devoured the corpses of other demon beasts, they had never seen a whale like Killer Whale. Everyone didn't understand what Yang Chen was doing with this posture. Was it to make Killer Whale addicted to it? I haven't added any seasoning, and I haven't cooked it. Of course, it's not delicious. Yang Chen looked speechless and replied helplessly, "If you want to eat real delicious food, you can't be impatient. Wait slowly." It seems that delicious food is the hobby of Killer Whale. Listening to Yang Chen, he said to wait slowly. He immediately turned into a good baby. "Okay, I'll wait. You go get something delicious." "Come on, sit over there." Yang Chen reached out his hand and led Killer Whale to the pavilion. The tables and chairs inside were ready-made, and the wine and dishes were also ready-made, just to let Killer Whale feel it. "What is this?" Looking at the exquisite dishes, Killer Whale asked curiously. As he asked, his nose twitched. He had already smelled the appetizer. Without waiting for Yang Chen to answer, the little fat hand had grabbed a plate and poured it into his mouth. This time, this plate of dishes that everyone thought were not enough to fill the gap between Killer Whale's teeth was chewed hundreds of times in Killer Whale's mouth before fat Killer Whale reluctantly swallowed it. His eyes had already looked at the other empty plates. The dishes that Gong Sunling carefully prepared for Yang Chen's meal finally played a jaw-dropping role, turning a master of grade 8 heavenly immortal realm directly into a salivating bug. Chapter 1554. If his physical strength was not as good as Yang Chen's, Killer Whale would not be moved. But to his horror, even if he used his whole body's spiritual power, he could not lift Yang Chen's arm, which looked several times thinner than Ho Yun's. Gong Sunling and Gao Yu came up and took away all the half-eaten dishes on the table. It was absolutely rude to entertain guests with cold leftovers. Yang Chen would not make such a mistake. Although letting Gao Yu and Gong Sunling do it seems to be a little contempt for the two women, it will not really lose their face to entertain a master of the 8th grade of Heavenly Immortal. As soon as the Jade Dragon wine entered his mouth, Killer Whale was directly conquered by this unique mellow taste. It was the first time in his life that he had tasted such a taste. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as if his whole body was soaked in warm water, and it was mixed with a wonderful feeling as if he was deep in the clouds, which was unforgettable. After Yang Chen poured everyone a cup of specially prepared Jade Dragon wine, Killer Whale became interested again and smelled the unique fragrance. This time, instead of swallowing it in one gulp, he asked excitedly, "What is this? It tastes so strange and fragrant." "Good stuff." After taking a sip, Fat Killer Whale praised it and then followed Ho Yun's example and poured the rest of the wine into his mouth. Plates of delicacies were served by Gao Yu in turn. Fat Killer Whale had the heart to pick it up and swallow it in one gulp. But looking at the appearance of Yang Chen and Ho Yun, he restrained his impulse and clumsily imitated Yang Chen, holding 2 chopsticks made of unknown precious metal, and learned to pick up food. Now, Killer Whale thinks about it. What he has eaten before is simply a pile of garbage. Where has there been such delicious food? Yang Chen is right. Good things need seasoning and good cooking. Fat Killer Whale has now begun to think about how to keep Gong Sunling by his side and make such delicious food for himself at any time. After a few dishes, Killer Whale's fat tongue was almost bitten off by himself. The only regret was that the amount of food on the plate was too small. It became empty after only a few bites. It was really disappointing. Fortunately, the dishes were still being served, so there was still enough to eat. Gong Sunling's hands and feet were very fast, and the delicacies were soon ready. Gong Sunling had always considered Yang Chen's appetite, so she always carried a large amount of well-preserved ingredients with her. At this time, in order to completely subdue the fat Killer Whale, she used all her skills. Anyway, her husband was going to eat, so Gong Sunling, of course, used the best skills. Killer Whale has seen the old tree demon's slow drinking, and he has also seen Ho Yun's direct pouring into his throat. After secretly comparing it in his heart, he felt that the old tree demon's appearance was more enjoyable. After thinking for a while, he imitated the old tree demon and took a sip. Then he closed his eyes to feel it. This was a completely different kind of feeling. A line of fire went from his mouth to his stomach and then spread to his whole body. In just a moment, his whole body seemed to be ignited, and the feeling of excitement made people want to sing loudly. This is the Jade Dragon wine, carefully brewed by another wife of this younger generation junior. Senior, please taste it. Yang Chen reached out and asked Killer Whale to pick up the glass. The others looked at Yang Chen and secretly pinched a sweat, daring to anger an 8th grade Heaven Immortal Master. It was estimated that among the people present, only Ho Yun dared to do so without knowing the inside story. If he really knew that the other party had the strength of the 8th grade of the Heaven Immortal realm, Ho Yun would not be a fool. When Killer Whale's little fat hand reached the second plate, Yang Chen's hand also arrived at the same time and gently pressed his palm. Why? Killer Whale's brain was simple. He immediately showed an angry look on his face and looked at Yang Chen fiercely. Ho Yin, the old tree demon, Shi Kuei, and Xie Sha also sat down in a circle under Yang Chen's gesture, and the 6 of them formed a table. However, the 4 demons seemed to be a little reserved, which was very different from the usual stinginess they used to have. Of course, this was not surprising. The pressure brought by an expert of the 8th grade of the Heaven Immortal realm was not a little bit. Beginners would always show some funny scenes, but none of the people present laughed. A Heaven Immortal realm expert was indeed a Heaven Immortal realm expert. His control of his body was absolutely extraordinary. Finally, after losing the 3rd pair of chopsticks, he learned to use these 2 special weapons. This question from the mouth of an expert of the 8th grade of the heaven immortal realm made people speechless. However, looking at this guy's barbaric appearance of swallowing the corpse of a species beast, it seemed that he had never used cutlery before. It was normal that he did not know the concept. Yes, these are the cutlery. Yang Chen let go of his hand and motioned for Killer Whale to sit down. Then he gave Gong Sunling a look. So easy? No way. Seeing the fat Killer Whale turn into a drunkard, the old tree demon could not believe his eyes. I don't know why. Yang Chen shook his head and said to Killer Whale with a smile, "You need to use cutlery to eat. You can't use your hands to eat. It seems very uncultured." Seeing the delicious food that he had never eaten before being taken away in front of him, Fat Killer Whale's eyes stared straight at the plates. He was extremely resentful, as if he was going to get up and snatch the food back in the next moment. Tasting delicacies after having good wine felt different. Fat Killer Whale only felt that all the delicacies that he could taste in his life had been fulfilled with this meal, and there were no more regrets. It was said to be gentle because, in everyone's eyes, Yang Chen's movements were very gentle and did not seem to be using any force at all. But to Fat Killer Whale, it was as if a mountain was pressing down on his arm. No matter how hard he tried, he could not lift his arm. "There's no hurry. My wife's cooking skills are not bad. Just in time for Senior to taste it." Yang Chen found it funny, but his face was still very formal. This explanation finally made Fatty, who was anxiously waiting, retract his gaze from the plates. Killer Whale's face cleared up a little, and he pointed to the bowls, chopsticks, cups, and so on the table suspiciously and asked, "What is tableware? Is it those things?" Fat Killer Whale was a simple man. Coupled with Ho Yun's frequent persuasion to drink, he also let go of his throat. The two of them drank one glass after another. Then they drank one bowl after another, and finally they drank one jar after another. After drinking a few jars in a row, both of them turned into a pool of mud and drilled under the table. Ho Yun lost to Killer Whale, who had a huge gap in cultivation, and he was no longer so disappointed. Now, seeing that Killer Whale was a little addicted to drinking, he also let go of his arrogance and competed with Killer Whale in drinking. He can't fight, can't he drink? Chapter 1555. A master of the 8th grade of the Heaven Immortal was put down just like that, without the slightest resistance, in front of everyone. No matter how you think about it, it was incredible. If they had known this earlier, they wouldn't have fought at the beginning. They could have come up to drink, and they wouldn't have been so embarrassed at the beginning. How could it be so easy? Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and then sighed. This is just the beginning. There will be trouble later. Fatty Killer Whale seemed to have a simple character, but if he really thought that he could be bought with such a little food and wine, then he would think that the master of the Heaven Immortal was too simple. This underwater mansion still needed Fatty Killer Whale's help to control it, so he couldn't be touched at this time, so he could only be subdued. But how could it be so easy to subdue a monster? Not to mention Shikue Xiasha, old tree demon Ho Yin, who didn't spend a lot of effort by Yang Qin and promised countless benefits before they succeeded. Especially Ho Yin, when he joined Chunying Palace, his cultivation was higher than everyone else's. If it weren't for Yang Chen's benefit of the yellow turbaned strongman body refining technique, and his own strength that could firmly suppress Ho Yin, how could this guy be so obedient now? The same was true for Fatty Killer Whale in front of him. His simple mind meant that he wouldn't have so many twists and turns, which was a good thing. But once there was something he was dissatisfied with, he would definitely vent his anger immediately. The anger of a master of the 8th grade of the Heaven Immortal, not to mention the current Chunying Palace. Even those first-class sect in the spiritual world couldn't say that they could easily take it. It was the first time for Fatty to drink, and he was a little drunk. Ho Yin had long been used to it, and it didn't take long for him to wake up. The first thing Ho Yin did after waking up was to find Yang Qin to settle accounts. "Yang Qin, did you already know the result, so you deliberately made fun of me?" Ho Yin stood in front of Yang Chen and almost grabbed Yang Chen's collar and scolded him. Fortunately, this guy knew that he was no match for Yang Chen in terms of strength, so he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. However, Ho Yin's questioning of Yang Chen was also what the old tree demon wanted to ask. At the beginning, Yang Chen also asked everyone not to hurt the fat killer whale, which was simply a blatant misdirection. If not for that, they wouldn't have been so arrogant, and Ho Yin wouldn't have been beaten so miserably. Old Ho, don't you think that after destroying the Equal Gate sect, you're looking down on everyone in the world? In the face of Ho Yin's furious questioning, Yang Chen didn't show the slightest bit of anger. In fact, not only Ho Yin, but the old tree demon Guishanyu was also included. When they attacked the Equal Gate sect, none of the human immortal stage Equal Gate sect disciples were a match for the two of them. This made them very proud. They always felt that in the human celestial stage, they were invincible. Of course, a freak like Yang Chen was an exception. His wives and concubines were also freaks, and they couldn't be judged by common sense. This kind of arrogant attitude was also a great taboo in cultivation. Confidence was a good thing, but blind confidence was another matter. There were not many disciples in Chunyang Palace, and these people had a very close relationship with Yang Chen, so Yang Chen naturally had to think more about them. Listening to Yang Chen's words, Ho Yin also fell into deep thought, and the old tree demon, Shikue and Xiasha next to him were the same. The Equal Gate sect, which had a 6th grade Earth Immortal Master, was destroyed by a dozen people in Chunyang Palace, and all of them were killed. When many people mentioned Chunyang Palace, they no longer had the kind of contempt in the past, which made Ho Yin feel a lot better. Now thinking about it carefully, as Yang Chen said, they were a little complacent. The blow of the fat killer whale came at the right time, so that they could completely wake up to their position in the spiritual world. Ho Yin didn't have much reaction here, but there was another kind of temperament change in the old tree demon over there. Along with the change was the spiritual power fluctuation of the old tree demon. It seemed that in such a short time, the old tree demon's cultivation had improved a lot. The 4th grade human celestial, Yang Chen, was shocked. The old tree demon was indeed the old tree demon. After experiencing the change of his mentality, his temperament became more and more stable, and even his cultivation improved by a small realm. Stimulated by the change of the old tree demon, Ho Yin seemed to fall into a state of confusion. Standing in the same place, the expression on his face became arrogant, and the next moment it became very calm. It was simply two extremes, and even the spiritual power fluctuation on his body seemed to be a little chaotic. Bang! In the midst of everyone's surprise, Yang Chen punched Ho Yin's face, and Ho Yin's whole body flew out. What are you thinking about? You are you. It is your nature to be presumptuous. Why do you want to be calm? Following Yang Chen's fist, there were Yang Chen's words. I'm teaching you a lesson to let you know the immensity of heaven and earth, not to let you change your nature for nothing. Cultivation is about following the will of heaven, not blindly suppressing one's nature. If you cultivate in this way, you will lose the meaning of cultivation. Ho Yin can cultivate to this realm. He has already understood this truth. But for a while he was stimulated by the killer whale, and Yang Chen's punch just woke him up. Ha ha ha. I understand. Ho Yin, who had been sent flying, quickly returned to his side. He was still in the air, and he was already laughing wildly. Listening to the presumptuousness and freedom in his laughter, Yang Chen believed that he really understood. Ho Yin really understood. So in front of Yang Chen, in front of everyone, his huge body began to slowly become thin. Just like Yang Chen's body expanded and then shrank by half, Ho Yin also began to experience this process. Not long after, Ho Yin changed from a burly man to a well-proportioned, tall and handsome man. The muscles on his body have shrunk a lot, but Ho Yin himself knows that his yellow, turbaned strongman body refining technique has been promoted to a small realm, and there has been a qualitative change in pure strength. Shikue and Xiasha did not have such a good opportunity and could not break through on the spot, but they also understood Yang Chen's painstaking efforts, and their state of mind naturally changed. This time, it seems to be a happy situation for everyone. They found a spiritual vein of the fairy immortal level, and they also found a large underwater palace. The 4 monster race masters have all improved. So far, they have temporarily gained the friendship of a grade 8 fairy immortal master. Everything seems to be perfect. However, Yang Chen has begun to worry about what method he should use to make the fat killer whale fully recognize himself and Chunyang Palace. At present, the fat man has a pivotal role for the current Chunyang Palace. In any case, this matter must be solved perfectly. Chapter 1556. At any time, if he wanted to subdue someone, it was nothing more than a few words of kindness and power. Now the fat man was obviously obsessed with food and wine, which was easy to satisfy. But how to make the fat killer whale convinced and not lose his temper in the future? He needed to have the same ability to subdue him. Fight? Although Yang Chen asked himself how tough he was, he had never been so arrogant when facing an 8th grade heaven immortal expert as a 4th grade human immortal junior. Even with the golden bell, the great Yin and Yang 5 elements flying sword, the 3 purities secret art, the great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art, and the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, he was not his opponent. At first, the fat killer whale just didn't know his own combat effectiveness and couldn't clearly judge the combat effectiveness of others. Once he went crazy and really wanted to use his killer move, the people present would not survive for more than a few rounds. This was by no means an alarmist. A master of the 8th grade of the Heaven Immortal had such strength. Perhaps on land, this guy was huge, and even if he had a high cultivation, he might not be able to catch up with the speed of everyone's escape. But the reality now was that everyone was in the underwater palace. Competing with a killer whale in the water was simply courting death. However, when he saw the fat man fighting with Ho Yin, he was still interested in his strength. Yang Chen thought that maybe he could compete with the fat man in this aspect. In the memory of his previous life, this guy seemed to be tempted by delicious food, and then became a super thug guard of a demon sect, and was given a powerful and safe underwater palace. In this life, since Yang Chen had already taken the Sea of Hatred, he naturally could not leave this superb item to others. The difference was that the demon sect in his previous life had a master of the Heaven Immortal level who could suppress this guy. Now, Chunyang Palace was just a few kittens, not to mention a master of the Heaven Immortal level. Even an opponent with a slightly higher level of the Earth Immortal level would not dare to say that they could fight against them. But it was not Yang Chen's style to give up the fat man and the underwater palace. If it didn't work, he could only use the power of the Blood River and the immortal beheading stage to completely suppress the fat man. However, in this way, the fat man was a bit forced to surrender. He was not necessarily loyal to Chunyang Palace. Moreover, if Yang Chen were to use the power of the Blood River and the immortal slaying platform, the commotion would not be ordinary. When he was in the mortal world, Yang Chen once thought that he had completely absorbed the killing intent of the immortal beheading platform. It was only when he refined the entrance of the immortal beheading platform that he realized that he was still far from it. He hadn't even reached 1% of it. At that time, he was really a little arrogant. Using the river of blood alone might not be enough to subdue an 8th-tier Heaven Immortal expert, and it would only increase their hatred. Coupled with the power of the entrance to the immortal slaying platform, there was no telling if it would be damaged. That was not all. Once the aura of the immortal slaying platform erupted, the spiritual realm would definitely descend into chaos, and they would search for a peerless demon like him. At that point, a tiny underwater mansion and an 8th-tier Heaven Immortal fatty would be a loss that outweighed the gains. Just when others thought that Yang Chen had a well-thought-out plan, and Yang Chen was racking his brains, the fat man finally woke up from his drunken state. As soon as he woke up, he yelled at Ho Yin, "What method did you use? How dare you give me a headache?" The headache after a hangover, and this guy thought that Ho Yun had done something. After Yang Qin stepped forward to explain, this guy tasted a little more wine under Ho Yun's instigation. The feeling of headache disappeared, but there was a unique aftertaste. That feeling made the fat man like it very much. I haven't asked for the senior's name yet. When the fat man was completely sober and sat down at the table and began to wait for the wine and dishes to be served, Yang Qin asked politely. The fat killer whale had already realized the beauty of the jade dragon wine. Whether it was a light drink or a lofty drink, each had its own flavor. Now he had completely become a captive of the wine, and he didn't want to extricate himself from it. When he woke up, he had to continue, and everyone had to bite the bullet to accompany him. I don't have a name. How do you call me? The fat killer whale shook his head directly. He lived alone and never thought about the name. Listening to Yang Chen's question, he realized that there was a good name, and he remembered to ask everyone's identity. Yang Chen has already introduced himself, and others have also been introduced, but only as a senior of the sect. Now that everyone is a drinking friend, it is necessary to reintroduce them. Ho Yin, the old tree demon. Shikue and Xiasha said their names in turn. The names of Shikue and Xiasha made the fat man very interested. After he figured out that the two guys were just lazy and used the names of Viper and Sand Scorpion, he immediately made the same name for himself. Then I will be called Jing Hu. Yang Qin has already expected this. Sometimes this guy's mind is simple. Jing, who is Jing Hu? Anyway, it's just a name. People who practice don't care so much about it. After stuffing himself with food, this time, Jing Hu and Fatty Jing didn't get drunk again. After a hangover, he had experience and knew how to use spiritual power to dispel the alcohol at the appropriate time. Because of this, he was able to enjoy Gong, Suanling's food, fully sober. This time, he almost swallowed his tongue again. It's delicious. After eating, Fatty Jing was not vague at all. He gave a thumbs up to Gong Sunling, which he learned from Ho Yun at the beginning. However, after the praise, Fatty Jing immediately showed his true colors and said to Gong Sunling unceremoniously, "You will follow me in the future and cook delicious food for me every day." No. Gong Sunling did not answer, but Yang Qin answered. What a joke! Let Gong Sunling follow this guy to be a cook? Dream on. Why not? In the eyes of Fatty Jing, since he was the best and he liked to eat delicious food, it was a matter of course to bring someone to cook for him. Why not? A Ling is my wife. Yang Qin still shook his head and replied very seriously, I cook now because I treat you as a guest. I can't follow you. Fatty Jing felt that what Yang Chen said made sense, but he didn't want to go back to his previous life. After eating Gong Suanling's food and drinking the jade dragon wine, he had lived a dog's life before, and he was even worse than a dog. He was a little reluctant to let Jing Hu give up. This is easy, let's fight. Ho Yun, who was next to him, wanted the world to be in chaos. He said in a provocative manner, whoever wins will listen to him. Good idea, let's do that. Fatty Jing suddenly felt like a confidant. He immediately nodded and said to Yang Qin, let's fight. Whoever wins will take it. How about it? Chapter 1557. Nothing much. Yang Chen glared at Ho Yun fiercely, knowing that this guy was still dissatisfied with Yang Chen's scheme before and wanted a little revenge. However, how could Yang Chen agree to this kind of thing? He shook his head directly. Then what do you say? Fatty Jing felt that after eating his food and drinking his wine, it seemed a bit unreasonable to bully others with his own strength, so he could only ask resentfully, well, let's compete in strength. Yang Qin finally found the time to say his plan. Ho Yun didn't do anything good, but this topic was just right. If I win, you will join our Chunyang Palace. Naturally, there will be people who will serve you well. If you win, I will let a Ling entertain you once a year. How about it? That's fine too. Fatty Jing's thoughts were simple. After listening to Yang Chen's suggestion, he nodded immediately, but then immediately added, but I may not be better than you in terms of strength. I couldn't snatch the plate from you last time. Why don't you learn from old Ho and see if you can move me? If you can move me, then you win. If you can't move me, then you lose." Although Fatty Jing's brain was simple, he was not stupid at all. When he was suppressed by Yang Chen for the plate, he realized that Yang Chen's strength was amazing. However, he only felt that Yang Chen must be about the same as Ho Yin because the two of them were about the same size now. Since Ho Yin couldn't move him, Yang Chen certainly couldn't either. This suggestion was exactly what Yang Chen wanted. Ho Yin was just a yellow, turbaned strongman with an arcane power of overturning river. Not long ago, he reached the advanced stage because of Yang Chen's guidance, while Yang Chen had already reached the peak of overturning sea strength when he ascended. He was only one step away from reaching the realm of earth strength. Compared to Ho Yin, he was a whole realm higher, so it was not impossible for him to move Jing Hu. There were many yellow, turbaned strongmen in the immortal world who had only reached the realm of overturning sea strength and could already compete with golden immortal masters with brute force. Even if Yang Chen had not experienced the baptism of heaven's retribution, and the strength of his body was not comparable to that of Xian immortal and golden immortal masters, he was not bad in terms of pure strength. In fact, it might even surpass them. Yang Chen and Jing, who stood facing each other in the vast space of the underwater mansion. Jing, who still maintained the form of a fatty, not returning to his original appearance. Perhaps in his heart, as long as he could withstand Yang Chen's strength, no matter how strong Yang Chen was. In a situation where his realm was inferior to Ho Yan's, he could at most have the strength of Ho Yan's attack, right? Because it was purely a contest of strength. Yang Chen did not intend to use the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword. Even Ho Yan's offer to lend him the golden rod was rejected by Yang Chen. A good opponent was hard to come by, and an 8th-tier heaven immortal target was even harder to come by. Yang Chen was still thinking of fighting with his bare fists. Pum! Under Jing, whose signal, Yang Chen walked up and unceremoniously punched Jing, whose plump belly. This was the part of Jing whose body with the most fat, and it was also the part where he was least afraid of brute force attacks. The sound was as deep as when Ho Yun attacked Jing Hu. The moment his fist touched Jing Hu's fat, Yang Chen truly felt the elasticity of Jing Hu's body. This method of swallowing almost all power and then slowly reducing the force through deformation could be said to be Jing Hu's most unique method of dealing with brute force attacks. Jing, who originally thought that Yang Chen's fist would softly sink in like Ho Yan's rod, and then be bounced off, leaving him unharmed. However, the power carried by Yang Chen's fist gave Jing Hu a big fright, similarly sinking into the pit of fat, similarly having the force reduced by the fat deformation. But the strength of Yang Chen's fist was so great that even though the fat had deformed to its limit, it still could not completely reduce the force. There was still a part of the force that directly penetrated the fat and heavily bombarded Jing Hu's internal organs. Standing in the same place, Jing Hu made a slightly surprised, muffled sound, and his powerful spiritual power quickly offset the force that went straight into his internal organs. Even so, the place where he was hit by Yang Chen's fist still had some faint pain. Although it was not enough to injure him, the feeling of the fist hitting him was not good. Ho Yan's eyes widened on the side for fear of missing a little. Yang Chen's body refining technique realm was higher than his. Ho Yun was clear. This was not a good time to see what the higher realm of body refining technique looked like. Your punch is more than 10 times heavier than old Ho's. Those who had received the attacks of the two exclaimed and were most qualified to judge the strength of the two. Yang Chen's punch made Jing Hu very surprised. Looking at Yang Chen's figure, his cultivation base was also slightly low, but the strength of this punch almost made him lose his composure. Fortunately, Jing Hu, who endured the pain, could still stand in the same place and was not sent flying by the punch. Otherwise, he would have lost in the first punch. Yang Chen's first punch was just a test, and the next was the real attack. Facing Jing Hu, Yang Chen's fist seemed to turn into a large canopy, carrying hundreds of fist shadows, and slammed into Jing, who's fat. At this moment, Jing, who was not as relaxed as he was at the beginning. His face was serious, and his spiritual power flowed all over his body, completely protecting his whole body. Just after this step, Yang Chen's fist had already reached his body. A series of banging sounds were endless, and countless pits appeared on Jing, whose body. Each pit was the result of Yang Chen's fist attack. Just because Yang Chen's attack speed was too fast, the first pit had not had time to bounce, and the second pit had already appeared. Such a shocking scene appeared one after another. Jing, whose body was almost stretched to the extreme, and all the spiritual power in his body was resisting the power that rushed straight into his internal organs, bombarding from all directions. He had always been proud of his almost invulnerable fat, but at this moment there was a burst of pain. It was completely the feeling of being forcibly blasted out by Yang Chen. However, an expert of the 8th grade of the Sky Immortal Realm was an expert of the 8th grade of the Sky Immortal Realm. Even if he did not use a magic treasure to protect himself, he only relied on his body and spiritual power to defend himself, and he was able to withstand the series of bombardment from Yang Chen. However, even with Jing, whose cultivation base, he could no longer maintain a human body at this moment. He completely restored his original appearance of a killer whale, and his body had also expanded a lot, becoming several feet in circumference, no longer just 3 feet. Yang Chen also secretly complained in his heart. Jing, who, this fatty, really lived up to his reputation. His fat body could even withstand the power of the peak of the sea pouring strength. Although he had not been baptized by the heavenly tribulation, power would not lie. Every one of his attacks was firmly received by Jing Hu. Could it be that his strength was really helpless against this fatty? Chapter 1558. Fatty Jing's current state was completely in line with the characteristics of using softness to overcome hardness. A body of soft fat, wrapped in extremely tough skin, was simply a natural shield. It was more useful than any protective magic weapon to deal with this kind of strong attack. On the contrary, many seemingly advanced protective magic weapons would be shattered by Yang Chen's punch when fighting hard. It was because he only knew how to make himself into a hard shell, but he forgot to add a buffer. Without a buffer, no matter how strong it was, there would always be a stronger attack that could break it. Obviously, this was already a deep application of strength. Yang Chen suddenly realized after hundreds of attacks. If he insisted on using the strongest strength and did not understand the balance of hardness and softness, he would eventually become a bigger frog at the bottom of a well, like those guys who had their magic weapons crushed by him before. Ho Yin did not understand this principle, so his life-bound magic weapon was an incomparably hard big stick. Similarly, Yang Chen himself only realized what he was missing now. Even if his realm was higher than Ho Yin, it did not seem to be much better. Since hardness couldn't break through Fatty Jing's fat, then he had to change his method. Yang Chen recalled his experience as a great Principal Golden Immortal and tried hard to recall the fighting methods of those super powerful guys. While fighting, he pondered how he should deal with the situation in front of him. Lifting something heavy as if it were light was another level of realm, higher than Ho Yan's current realm. Yang Chen could already reach it, but he was still helpless in the face of Fatty Jing's fat. How to make Fatty Jing's fat not work? In the process of waving his fists, Yang Chen could not completely attack Fatty Jing's body with his strength. Now that everyone was in the underwater mansion, no matter how he punched, there would always be a part of his strength consumed in breaking through the water. To put it bluntly, this water was basically the same nature as Fatty Jing's fat, but it was not as strong as Fatty Jing's fat. Water. Yang Chen's mind keenly grasped this concept. Why was strength always consumed quickly in the water? Why would the ball always bounce when hit into the water? If the ball was pressed into the water, it would not bounce so quickly. The reason why the fat would bounce back was because the fat would always bounce back after being pressed to the limit. But what if it was just a slow press? As soon as he thought of this, Yang Chen's mind lit up. His fist that was swinging towards Fatty Jing was no longer as fast as before. It began to slow down. Yang Chen's actions puzzled everyone. Why did he suddenly move in slow motion when he was about to attack? Fatty Jing didn't seem to care at all. He didn't even care about that kind of fast attack, so why would he care about a slow fist? He watched as the fist touched his own body and slowly sank into his own fat, until it was pressed to the limit. Only at this point did Fatty Jing understand something, but it was too late to react at this time. At this time, Yang Chen suddenly exerted his strength. The power of the Peak River overturning strength passed through the fat that had been compressed to the extreme and directly acted on the inside of Fatty Jing's body. There was no sound, but Fatty Jing seemed to be hit by a huge hammer and his whole body flew up. No matter how he stabilized it with his spiritual power, it was useless. After walking through the water for dozens of feet, under the effect of his own cultivation base and the surrounding water, he offset Yang Chen's huge force and hovered in the water. How is this possible? What couldn't be done with a quick punch was actually pushed so far by such a simple and slow movement. Everyone who saw this scene had an expression as if they had seen a ghost. Then, everyone immediately began to think about what happened. Again, Yang Chen had just touched the edge. How could he stop now? He had already forgotten the bet just now and immediately shouted for Fatty Jing to continue. Where could he find an 8th grade Sky Immortal sparring partner? Fatty Jing also had a look of disbelief. If his body hadn't already flown out, he wouldn't have believed that he would be sent flying by Yang Chen's slow punch. When Yang Chen called out, Fatty Jing was also unconvinced and immediately returned to his original form. He finally knew how to restrain himself and turned into a giant killer whale that was hundreds of feet long. The previous blow was obviously an accident. If he hadn't turned into a human form, causing his fat to be too thin, he wouldn't have suffered that loss. This time, no matter how long Yang Chen's fist was, plus Yang Chen's arm, his body couldn't be thicker than Jing Hu's fat. Yang Chen couldn't compress Jing Hu's fat to the limit, even if he stood on his tiptoes. Jing Hu wanted to see if Yang Chen still had a way to break through his current state. Yang Chen realized a lot of things from the punch just now, the core of which was the application of soft force. At this moment, facing Jing Hu's body, he was not afraid. His fist turned into a palm and slowly slapped on Jing Hu's skin. It was completely different from Yang Chen's previous firm and fierce force. A soft force that seemed to be able to penetrate all obstacles penetrated Jing Hu's thick layer of fat and once again acted on his body. The firm and fierce force could bring a moment of pain to Jing Hu, but it would pass after enduring for a while. It wasn't a big deal. However, this soft force was very uncomfortable. The pain wasn't as intense as before, but the duration was nearly twice as long. It was very uncomfortable. It was just 1 or 2 hits, but Yang Chen was completely unable to use this force skillfully. It just so happened that there was a live target in front of him that wouldn't be injured at all. How could Yang Chen be polite? His hands seemed to have turned into butterflies, fluttering in all directions and slapping on Jing Hu's body. Anyway, Jing Hu's body was so huge, so he wasn't afraid of the wrong position. He just had to slap it. Every slap made Yang Chen have a new kind of understanding, which made him so addicted. More importantly, this kind of slightly slow and gentle attack saved a lot of energy compared to the kind of firm and fierce attack. No wonder people said that the firm could not last long. The opposite of the firm could not last long was the soft, could not defend. Yang Chen didn't know how many times he had heard these words in the mortal world, but he had never had such an understanding. Even in his previous life, in his 10,000 years of memory, even when he reached the level of Almighty Immortal, he always felt that absolute power could occupy the absolute upper hand. He never thought that there would be such a soft attack method. It was no wonder that he was stuck in the Almighty Immortal realm for 10,000 years, and his cultivation was forcibly raised by others. Not to mention anything else. Just his comprehension of power was not up to standard. so how could he become a true expert? Now, under the pressure of this fatty, he really began to realize this kind of power. Chapter 1559. Some of the things that he had ignored before, at this moment, seemed to have flooded into his mind. Softness, vibration, abrupt force, all kinds of methods were used by Yang Chen's hands. Regardless of what part of Jing who was in front of him, he just slapped it to the face. The trembling of Jing, whose fat was no longer as regular as it was at the beginning. Jing, whose chubby round face also seemed to have a trace of pain. It was only because he was competing with Yang Chen that he stayed in place and was not sent flying by Yang Chen. Yang Chen also consciously reduced his power. If the power of the peak of overturning the sea strength really bombarded a few times, let alone a celestial immortal, even a profound immortal or golden immortal would not necessarily be able to completely bear it. This kind of opportunity to practice was rare, and Yang Chen did not want Jing Hu to be interrupted because of pain. The more he hit, the smoother his hands became, and the more skilled he became in the application of various kinds of power. On Yang Chen's face, the smile also grew wider. The strange thing was, the speed of Yang Chen's attacks slowly became faster and faster, and after a while he returned to the original storm-like attack frequency. But although the speed was fast, the way of the attack was completely different. After thousands of palms, Yang Chen did not care what kind of hand gesture he used, fist or palm. Anyway, as long as the angle was suitable, it was comfortable. Jing, whose feeling was completely different. Although he was still unscathed under this kind of attack, every time Yang Chen hit him, it always brought him a little bit of pain. Under the continuous attacks, Jing, whose fat face almost drooped to the ground. The more Yang Chen hit, the more excited he became, and the power in his hands finally began to slowly increase. Unknowingly, Yang Chen had begun to fix a certain area to attack. Poor Jing, who had to bear the pain brought by Yang Chen's abnormal power and abnormal skills, and almost wanted to give up. Everyone just looked at Yang Chen's constant attacks. But no one noticed that the body of the killer whale, which was 100 feet in size, was slowly retreating with Yang Chen's blows. Perhaps it was because everyone was in the water, and Jing, whose posture was still the same, so he didn't realize that his body was retreating. But now the body of the killer whale has retreated no less than 100 feet, and it is still slowly retreating. The uncomfortable feeling in Jing, whose body finally turned into pain. If this continued, if Yang Chen increased his strength, Jing, who would most likely be injured. Stop! Fatty Jing, who took the initiative to shout for them to stop. Then his body quickly retreated for a while before transforming back into Fatty's appearance. After standing still, Fatty Jing realized that the place where Yang Chen was standing was already hundreds of feet forward. You win. There was one good thing about Fatty Jing's simple-mindedness, and that was that he would never go back on his word. If he won, then he won. If he lost, then he lost. He had already been repelled by Yang Chen's tens of thousands of attacks, so he had lost the previous agreement. It's a pity that I can't let Gong Sunling cook for me all the time, but it's not bad to have someone else cook for me. Yang Chen was immersed in a new way of using power, and he was so excited that he could hardly control himself. Hearing the voice of Fatty Jing, Yang Chen stopped subconsciously, but the excitement in his mind was not over yet. He also felt that this was a rare opportunity. He took out a 5 revolutions questioning inner heart pill and threw it into his mouth. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground on the spot and began to comprehend quietly. What's that delicious? Watching Yang Chen eat a pill with 5 dragon patterns, Fatty Jing immediately became curious and asked. Afraid that Fatty Jing would not be obedient at this time and disturb Yang Chen, Gao Yu took the initiative to take out a 5 revolutions questioning inner heart pill, and then respectfully handed it to Jing, who explained, It's this 5 revolutions questioning inner heart pill. After taking it, it can help you think and concentrate, which is good for cultivation. When Gao Yu spoke, Jing, who had already thrown the questioning inner heart pill into his mouth, and soon the effect began to take effect. Jing, who turned around a few times in the same place, shaking his head frantically, as if he didn't know what to do. After a while, Jing, whose eyes lit up, and he once again turned into a 3-foot-long killer whale. He quickly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, and no one knew where he went. Perhaps Jing, who was not used to Yang Chen's direct, cross-legged retreat. But everyone has their own way, and it can't be forced. Jing, who also used his own way to digest the effect of the 5 revolutions, questioning inner heart pill. Yang Chen was in retreat, and the others did not leave, waiting not far from Yang Chen. The old tree demon and Hou Yun have both improved, and they just took the opportunity to comprehend. Shi Kuei, Xia Sha, and Gao Yugong Sunling were left to protect the 3. This sat for a few months. Yang Chen didn't know how many scenes had passed through in his mind. Finally, after thoroughly comprehending what he had gained this time, he opened his eyes. As soon as he woke up, Yang Chen realized that his body had changed slightly. The yellow, turbaned strongman body refining technique, which had been trapped in the peak C strength realm, finally had a breakthrough. He really got rid of the shackles of the C strength realm and entered the realm that countless Xian Immortal and Golden Immortal Yellow, turbaned strongman dreamed of. Ha 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 ha! Yang Chen laughed and stood up. He didn't wait for Gao Yugong Sunling, who had been waiting anxiously, to speak and directly made a wait gesture. The 2 women looked at Yang Chen in amazement and didn't know what he was going to do. Hou Yun and the old tree demon had already come out, and together with Shi Kuei and Xia Sha, they also looked at Yang Chen in confusion and watched his movements. Under the gaze of everyone, Yang Chen's arm turned over and shook outward. An irresistible, invisible wave surged out of thin air from Yang Chen's arm and spread throughout the underwater mansion in a moment. Boom! All the water in the entire underwater mansion was shaken by Yang Chen's arm and turned into a monstrous wave. Even if everyone was at the bottom of the water, they could still feel the power of the waves. Their bodies couldn't help but move a few steps with the waves before they stood still. Is this the real sea strength realm? Hou Yun's eyes shone brightly, and he immediately asked in surprise after standing still. Hou Yun always thought that the sea strength realm was just a description of the realm, and it was not necessarily possible to really achieve it. However, the shock of Yang Chen's lifting of the heavy as if it was light made him really feel the movement of the sea strength realm. Hou Yun couldn't help but be excited. Yang Chen's present was Hou Yun's future. They were all cultivating the yellow, turban, strongman body, refining technique. When he thought that he could do this in the future, Hou Yun couldn't help but be excited. When Hou Yun said this, the others also had some idea. Just now, wasn't it like an overturning of the rivers and seas? Yang Chen did not directly answer Hou Yun's question, but under the gaze of everyone, he slowly lifted his foot and then seemingly floated down. Chapter 1560. Everyone watched as Yang Chen's feet touched the ground, and then everyone felt an invincible force from Yang Chen's feet began to spread to the surroundings. The entire underwater palace began to shake violently, and the rumbling sound began to sound from under Yang Chen's feet and spread throughout the entire underwater palace. The violent shaking lasted for a full half an incense stick of time, and everyone had to steady their horse stance, resisting the impact of this irregular movement that even the ground began to move up and down. After half an incense stick of time, the underwater palace's ground returned to calm, and then the underwater palace's shaking slowly stopped. This is the earth penetrating strength. Hou Yun's eyes were already as big as a copper bell. The realm that he didn't even dare to think about before appeared in front of him. It appeared in Yang Chen's body. Maybe in the future it would appear in his body. Thinking of that possibility, Hou Yun, who had always been arrogant, was slightly trembling with excitement. Yes, the real earth penetrating strength and sea overturning strength. Yang Chen finally answered. His heart was also filled with an indescribable joy. He originally thought that at least when he broke through the human immortal tribulation, it was possible to break through, but he didn't expect to get inspiration from Fatty Jing, comprehend the truth of the combination of hardness and softness, and truly entered the realm of earth-penetrating strength. These realms of the yellow turbaned strongman body, refining technique in the immortal world. Not many people could fully achieve it. More than 99% of the yellow turbaned strongman reached the limit of sea overturning strength, and it was impossible to break through again. The two realms of earth penetrating strength and sky raising strength were once regarded as legends. At least Yang Qin had never seen these two realms of yellow turbaned strongman. Now that Yang Qin himself had reached the realm of earth penetrating strength, he realized how superficial his understanding of strength was in the past. However, it was not too late to understand now. It was definitely 100 million times better than being kept in the dark for a lifetime. Now, if he faced Jing Hu again, Yang Chen was sure that he could send Jing Hu flying with a punch, and there was a great possibility that Jing Hu would be injured. Of course, the prerequisite was that Jing Hu, a heavenly immortal expert, would stand still and allow him to attack. Otherwise, if he couldn't hit him, there wouldn't be any effect at all. Entering the Conch underwater residence was definitely one of the best decisions that Yang Qin had ever made. Otherwise, how could he have gotten the chance to unleash his strength so wantonly? What kind of opponent would allow him to attack without retaliating? However, up until now, Yang Qin had not seen Jing Hu's figure. Where did this fatty go? Where's Senior Jing? Yang Qin asked immediately after realizing this. Not waiting for Gao Yu to answer, Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness had already discovered the figure of Jing Hu swimming over from a distance. Jing Hu didn't hide his figure. Everyone sensed it, but no one answered Yang Qin. Jing Hu's speed was very fast. In just a moment, he had reached everyone's side. Seeing Yang Qin, the small eyes on his round face glared, and he immediately asked angrily, "What were you doing just now?" Junior had a slight understanding. "I hope Senior Jing is magnanimous enough to forgive me." Yang Chen's attitude did not change because of his breakthrough. The other party was a heavenly immortal expert, a terrifying expert who could kill them at any time. Jing, who circled around Yang Qin twice, his spiritual consciousness also scanned Yang Qin a few times. Yang Chen just smiled and let Jing Hu do what he wanted, without showing any impatience. "There seems to be a change, I can't tell." Jing Hu dropped the sentence, then immediately turned to Gao Yu and asked, "Do you still have that pill? It's a very interesting pill. That's the 5 revolutions questioning inner heart pill that my husband personally refined. If you want, my husband should have more." At this time, how could Gao Yu not know how to make Yang Qin take the initiative to explain the origin of the pill? There's still some questioning inner heart pills. If Senior needs them, just ask. Yang Qin did not hesitate to take out a jade bottle. There were at least 10 5 revolutions questioning inner heart pills inside. He handed it to Jing Hu's fat hands without any hesitation and casually suggested, "It's best to take one every 100 years. That way, the effect will be the best." "You're a straightforward person, I like it." Jing, who liked Yang Chen's straightforward attitude. He immediately put away the jade bottle and patted Yang Chen's shoulder. His eyes then turned to Gong Sunling and said, "Do you want some more delicious food?" Of course, this request would not be refused. Everyone sat together again and began eating and drinking. While eating and drinking, Jing Hu finally asked about the purpose of Yang Qin and the others. "You've been here for quite some time now. What are your plans?" "After discovering the underwater mansion, we came in to have a look. Then we found you, Senior." Yang Qin answered skillfully, "Is there only Senior in this underwater mansion? Why haven't I seen anyone else? I'm the only one here. Of course, you can't see anyone else." Jing, who replied with food in his mouth while he was eating. He didn't mean to hide anything at all. "This is all mine. No one can touch it." Yang Chen made an O sound, picked up the wine glass and touched Jing Hu's glass. After drinking the jade dragon wine, Yang Chen asked intentionally or unintentionally, "Senior, do you spend all your heaven's tribulations here?" "Of course." Jing, who took a big mouthful of food and said vaguely, I haven't gone out. Of course, I spend it here. Senior, I'm a little curious. There is no thunder tribulation, in fire tribulation, and wind tribulation outside. How did Senior survive these 3 disasters? Yang Chen's words became more and more casual. Listening to Yang Chen's question, everyone understood. No wonder Yang Chen said that this was the secret of the parting Hatred Sea. It turned out that there was such an amazing secret hidden here. There were no 3 disasters in the spiritual world. There were only human immortal tribulations for the peak of human immortal, earthly immortal tribulations for the peak of earthly immortal, and celestial immortal tribulations for celestial immortals. There were also 3 tribulations, but the difficulty was many times higher than in the mortal world. Moreover, each tribulation had 99 tribulations, which were called 100 tribulations. Every time they changed to another world, the tribulations would be greatly increased. The immortal world was even more terrifying. Both Xian immortal tribulations and golden immortal tribulations had 999 tribulations, which were called 1,000 tribulations. As for the zenith heaven golden immortal, there were 9,999 tribulations. If he really survived, he would become a real innumerable tribulation true immortal. The immortal world didn't have the tribulations of the spiritual world, and the spiritual world didn't have the tribulations of the mortal world. This also led to the fact that although the natives of the spiritual world were born with very strong cultivation, they could never become real human immortals without experiencing the real 3 disasters and tribulations. At this point, the natives of the spiritual world were not as good as Mu Mingyuan, Yang Lan, and Yang Lan, who were masters who ascended with their strong cultivation base. At least they still had hope to improve, but the natives didn't even have a chance to improve. Jing, who had always been alone. Obviously, he was the natives of the spiritual world. So, how did he become an expert of the 8th grade of Fairy Immortal? There was obviously a great secret in it. Chapter 1561. Oh, there's a big house in this underwater mansion that can trigger the calamity you mentioned. Jing, who was relatively naive, he directly revealed the secret that everyone wanted to know. Senior, this is related to the safety of the entire underwater mansion. Don't say this to anyone in the future. At this moment, after getting all the words out, Yang Qin began to seriously remind Jing who, if other people know, Senior's safety will be in danger. Listening to Yang Chen's words, Jing, whose gaze became a little strange. After looking at Yang Qin for a long time with an inexplicable look, Jing, who smiled and nodded. You're a good person. Your words are also very pleasant to hear. Very good. Very good. As he spoke, Jing, who nodded and said a few words of very good. In the end, he looked solemn and said very seriously, If you don't say anything, I plan to keep you all here to accompany me and never go out again. Jing, whose character was simple, but this didn't mean he was stupid. None of the Heaven Immortal experts were simple, especially after swallowing a 5 revolutions questioning inner heart pill from Yang Qin. Even if he couldn't think of it for a while, a few months' time was enough for him to think clearly about some things. The words just now were also expressed through Yang Chen's mouth to express the meaning of the test. Everyone was awestruck, secretly thinking that it was a close call. This time, if it wasn't for Yang Chen's timely response, maybe he could only stay here to accompany Jing Hu, an 8th grade Heaven Immortal expert wanting to keep a few human immortal juniors was completely no problem. Even if Yang Chen's yellow turbaned strongman body refining technique had been cultivated to the earth-penetrating strength realm, he still couldn't escape. You have a good mind. For the sake of these pills, in the future, you and your wife who can cook, and plus the one who can brew wine, if there's anything you need, come here to treat me to delicious food. I'll help you if I can. Jing, whose face regained its smiling look. But you promised someone to come and cook for me. You can't go back on your word. Don't worry, Senior. After this junior goes out, I will immediately find a suitable chef to send to Senior. How could Yang Qin not care about this kind of thing? He quickly agreed. Come, let's continue drinking. Everyone's main goal had been achieved, so they immediately forgot about all the danger they had just faced and began to drink again. Senior, if my husband brings a few suitable juniors here to undergo the tribulation, would you be able to help? Yang Qin didn't talk about this later, but Gao Yu was a smart woman. She immediately took the opportunity of serving the dishes and asked, "Those calamities can only be triggered once every 3 years. In any case, they're just sitting there. It's not like they can't be used if someone needs them." Jing, who seemed to have understood a lot of things with the help of the questioning inner heart pill during this time, and his speech was very organized. "However, you have to promise me a few conditions." "Senior, please speak." Yang Qin originally planned to talk about this topic after everyone had walked around a few more times. Since Gao Yu had already asked and Fatty Jing had also given an answer, Yang Qin could no longer remain silent and immediately took the initiative to take over the topic. "First, I don't have a good cultivation method yet. The one you have is good. Can you teach it to me?" Jing, who pointed to Yang Qin, Ho Yun, and Gao Yu, and immediately put forward the first condition. The fairy Immortal Master was really knowledgeable. He had long discovered that Yang Qin, Ho Yun, and Gao Yu had all cultivated the 10th Water True Secret Art, so he was not polite at all. "No problem." Yang Qin nodded without hesitation and immediately put it into action. A piece of jade slip that recorded the 10th Water True Secret Art and a large bottle of 10th Water True Essence were directly handed to Jing, whose hands. The conch underwater mansion was originally at the bottom of the sea and had a pure 10th water attribute. He believed that after Jing, who cultivated the original cultivation method, his cultivation base would become more and more powerful. Maybe he could be promoted to the 9th grade of the fairy immortal realm in the near future. Second, only the 3 of you can come in with people. There can't be more people at a time. Jing, who was not ambiguous, and immediately gave Yang Qin, Gao Yu, and Gong Sunling 3 jade plates in return. "Believe me, after you go out, it will be difficult to find the underwater mansion again. These 3 jade plates can bring you in." Before, it was agreed that it should be Yang Qin, Gong Sunling, and Sun Qingxue who made the wine. But at this time Jing, who seemed to have ignored this problem, and gave the jade plate directly to Gao Yu. Of course, the 3 of them would not say it. Anyway, Yang Qin had distiller's yeast and could take it out at any time, so they did not have to worry about not having enough wine to drink. There is no problem with this. 3 disasters happened once every 3 years. At most, Yang Qin could only bring 3 people in at a time. There would not be many people. As for only the 3 of Yang Qin, there was no objection. This was the capital of the rise of Chunying Palace in the future. Yang Qin would not agree to give it to others. Third, when the time is right, you have to bring me outside to broaden my horizons. Jing, who did not mean to be polite from the beginning to the end, he put forward one condition after another. A person who cultivated to the 8th grade of the fairy immortal realm did not even have the ability to judge the enemy's cultivation base, simply because he had no horizons. If he wanted to go further in the future, he could only broaden his horizons and see more local customs. This situation was very similar to Ho Yun in the past. No problem at all. If Senior is willing, you can also be a loyal elder in my Chunying Palace and use the disciples of Chunying Palace at any time. While Yang Qin agreed, he did not forget to rope him in. When necessary, it is not a problem to arrange a worldly experience for Senior. The last one, if you want to refine any medicinal pills in the future, you have to give me a few to satisfy my craving. The last condition seemed to have appeared because of the questioning inner heart pill. Many cultivators wanted to ask Master Yang to refine medicinal pills, but could not get it. Jing, who was not embarrassed at all when he put it forward. "Deal, Senior, deal." Yang Qin agreed without hesitation. It was absolutely worth it to exchange a few medicinal pills for the rise of Chunying Palace in the spiritual realm. What was the point of refining medicinal pills? Wasn't it in exchange for more benefits? Now, what Yangchen promised was an exchange. This time, everyone had reached a complete agreement, and the guests and the host were happy. Of course, the host here had no intention of entertaining guests at all. Even the wine and dishes were prepared by the guests, but the host ate happily. It was also a rare scenery on the road of cultivation. Jing, who ate and drank to his heart's content, and got drunk again. However, before he got drunk, he did not forget to send everyone out of the underwater mansion. The people who were drinking suddenly went from the bright underwater mansion to the dark Lihin seabed. Everyone was amused and inexplicable. This Jing, who did not seem to play cards according to common sense at all. He was really an eccentric person. Ho Yun began to search for the conch where the underwater mansion was located on the seabed, but Yang Qin smiled and stopped him. No need to look, old Ho, you can't find it. Chapter 1562. At the bottom of the hatred-parting sea, there were at least 800 million conches like this. It was impossible to find a conch with the underwater mansion hidden among so many conches. Yang Qin didn't say that it was a critical time to find the underwater mansion, not to mention Ho Yin. Even a peak sky immortal expert might not be able to find it. Ho Yin looked down and didn't seem to believe it. He had just come out of the underwater mansion and was standing here. Obviously, the underwater mansion was not far away. As long as he found all the conches within a radius of 5 kilometers, wouldn't he be able to find the underwater mansion easily? Except for Ho Yin, the others believed Yang Chen's words. Only Ho Yin didn't believe it. There was no other way. They could only sit there and slowly taste the wine while waiting for Ho Yin to search through all the conches within a radius of 5 kilometers. However, he still couldn't find the underwater mansion where Jing was. This is strange. Ho Yun walked to the side of the crowd angrily. He grabbed the wine pot from the table and gulped it down. Then he slammed it on the table and said unhappily, "You found the underwater mansion with a casual grab. That's because Senior Jing, who didn't put any restrictions on it. I only had one chance." Yang Chen smiled and explained, "Now, even if you hold the underwater mansion in your hand, you can't be sure whether it's the underwater mansion or not. If you have the leisure time, you should look around and see if there are any spirit veins." Not being able to find the underwater mansion, everyone was a bit disappointed. However, when they thought that Yang Chen and Gao Yugong Sunling had the jade medallions and could come to the bottom of the sea to summon the underwater mansion at any time, they became excited. After so many years, everyone had been in Chunyang Palace and had a strong sense of belonging to the sect. An underwater mansion that could allow the indigenous people of the spirit realm to go through the tribulation might not be of much help to a big sect. However, for a sect like Chunyang Palace, which had no foundation, it was simply a heaven-sent opportunity for development. No wonder Yang Qin said that the sky immortal level spirit vein was not a secret of the hatred-parting sea. Compared to the conch underwater mansion, that spirit vein was worthless. With this underwater mansion, Chunyang Palace can cultivate a human immortal native every 3 years after passing the tribulation. After 1,000 years, Chunyang Palace would have more than 300 disciples, not including those who had ascended. In any case, it could be regarded as a sect that could stand firm. Of course, such important news had to be reported to the sect as soon as possible. Everyone was no longer in the mood to leisurely swim at the bottom of the sea. They all requested to rush back to the sect. Along the way, no one asked Yang Qin how he knew that there was a heaven immortal level spirit vein at the bottom of the sea of parting hatred, much less how he randomly picked up a conch and found the one with the underwater mansion. After so many years, everyone was already used to the mysteriousness that Yang Qin displayed. This time they were really used to such a result with just 2 small attacks. After not seeing it for a year, the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace already had a little shape. The head of the palace and several elders have organized at least thousands of years of indigenous people of the spiritual world to join the sect. These indigenous people with at least the peak Yuanying stage were now, building the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace from scratch according to the design of the head of the palace. If the cultivators of the mortal world knew that the masters of the peak Yuanying stage could only be used as construction workers, it was not known how many people would have their jaws broken. Seeing that Yang Chen and the others returned, the head of the palace and several elders were very happy. They came up and asked about their well-being. After taking care of them, they asked about the harvest of their trip. I found a spirit vein of heaven immortal level. Ho Yun's mouth was fast, and he could not hide his words. When the head of the palace asked, he immediately blurted it out. Spirit vein of heaven immortal level. Without waiting for Ho Yun to say the following words, the head of the palace and Elder Meng Xian had already stood up excitedly, as if they couldn't believe it. They turned directly to Yang Chen and Gao Yu and confirmed with surprise, is it really a spirit vein of heaven immortal level? Among the disciples in front of them, only Yang Chen and Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were absolutely reliable. The words of others had to be discounted. Ho Yun had done this kind of thing before. Now he was finally suspected by the head of the palace, which made him lose face. Really? Yang Chen nodded with a smile. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, next to him, did not speak, but when their husband spoke, they also nodded heavily. With the guarantee of Yang Chen's family of 3, the head of the palace seemed to have put down a big stone in his heart. The smile on his face could no longer be suppressed and immediately bloomed. Elder Meng Xian, next to him, was even more direct. He stood in the same place and began to laugh. Wang Yong, Elder Gao Shiyan, and Elder Zheng Feng, who were sitting, were also full of smiles. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts. With this spirit vein of heaven immortal level, the development of Chunyang Palace in the future would no longer have any shackles. It was not a dream to ascend to the top of the sect. When they thought that the originally unknown Chunyang Palace had grown into a big sect comparable to the super sect in the hands of several people present, everyone was extremely proud. Even if they ascended immediately and saw the ancestors of Chunyang Palace, they dared to raise their heads and say to the ancestors that the disciples were not ashamed. Such a great achievement. In the history of Chunyang Palace, it was estimated that no one could match it except the ancestors. It was not an exaggeration to say that there was no one in the history of the Chunyang Palace who had deceived the ancestors. In addition to cultivation, what were the cultivators looking for? Wasn't it just this sense of achievement of bringing glory to the ancestors? The people present could be said to have fully achieved this, and with this spirit vein of heaven immortal level, they could do better in the future. Good, good, good. The head of the palace didn't know what to use to describe it, but a series of good words revealed his mood at the moment. Several elders looked at the face of Yang Chen, and they kept nodding in their hearts. Accepting this disciple was absolutely the right choice. Although no one said it, everyone knew that the spirit vein of heaven immortal level must have been discovered by Yang Chen, and no one would ever doubt this. Yang Chen insisted on taking a few troublesome guys out for a stroll, and several core executives were looking forward to the surprise of their return. Sure enough, as soon as they came back, it was such a surprise. Yang Chen had never let them down. The spirit vein is nothing. Ho Yun was left alone for a while, and his heart was a bit sour. After seeing that everyone had accepted the surprise, he said slowly, "Later, we found something better." It was rare for Ho Yun to be willing to perform like this. Yang Chen's family and the old tree demon did not steal Ho Yun's limelight and let him slowly sell the suspense. The spirit vein of heaven immortal level is nothing. Several core executives trembled in their hearts, and they suppressed the excitement in their hearts. Elder Wang Yong asked in a deep voice, "What good things did you find?" Chapter 1563. In fact, it's nothing. I just found an aqua mansion. Ho Yun saw that everyone's attention was focused on himself, and he was even more proud, and said slowly in a calm tone, "Aqua mansion." Hearing Ho Yun's show off, the head of the palace and Elder Meng Xian, who had just sat down, stood up again. Standing with them were Elder Gao and Elder Zheng. The only one who could sit was Wang Yong. What kind of aqua mansion? How big is it? What's inside? This was the question that everyone was concerned about, and Elder Zheng Feng asked before the head of the palace. No one knew better than the top executives of the Chunyang Palace what a good immortal's cave meant. The Chunyang Palace in the mortal world had a blue vault mountain immortal's cave. The entire sect had the last reliance and capital. They were no longer afraid of being bound by the narrow territory of Meiqing Mountain and the vigorous development of the sect. Although there was the expansion of the demon continent in the later period, the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's Cave had always been regarded as the top secret of the Chunyang Palace. Only the most loyal disciples had the opportunity to enter the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's Cave to cultivate after going through many tests. It not only had a complete cultivation environment, but also left a large number of cultivation classics. After Yang Chen sorting, almost half of them had become the collection of the Chunyang Palace. In the forbearance stage, at least 80% of the masters of the Chunyang Palace were hidden in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's Cave. Unfortunately, the most suitable place for the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's Cave was still in the mortal world. Before the head of the palace ascended, he handed over the Immortal's Cave to the current palace master, Sheng Guanfeng. Now that they heard that there was the same Immortal's Cave in the spiritual world, even if it was a pure aqua mansion, it was also a hidden card, and everyone could not help but be surprised. At this moment, what everyone was most concerned about was the level of this aqua mansion, how big it was, and what kind of help it could bring to the sect. It's just that Ho Yun's mouth was cheap, and he was slowly selling it over there, which made people gnash their teeth. Seeing that the faces of several elders were not right, Ho Yun coughed softly and continued the topic just now. It was to answer Elder Zheng's question. How big it is, we don't know, and what is in it is not very clear. Then what did you discover? When they heard Ho Yun say that he didn't know anything, the elders were so angry that they almost cursed him. You don't know anything, and you're keeping us in suspense. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew he couldn't beat Ho Yun, the irascible Elder Meng Xian would have already pounced on Ho Yun to teach him a lesson. We found an 8th-tier heaven immortal expert. Before Elder Meng Xian could flare up, Ho Yun's next words gave everyone a fright. What kind of concept was an 8th-stage heavenly immortal expert? In the territory of Equal Gate sect, everyone had seen heaven immortal experts. Those heaven immortal experts came with good intentions. But even so, the aura that they inadvertently leaked could make everyone keep quiet out of fear. It could be said that a heaven immortal expert didn't need to be at the 8th stage. As long as he was a 1st stage heaven immortal, if he really made a move now, even if Chunyang Palace had Long Xian on their hands, they would still end up being annihilated. You didn't offend that expert, did you? Elder Gao asked cautiously. What he was most afraid of hearing was that Ho Yun had a bad temper and offended others. Offended? No, not at all. Ho Yun answered quickly this time, shaking his head directly like a rattle drum. Just when everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, Ho Yun added very casually, when we came up, the 3 of us surrounded him and beat him violently. Old Ho, smashed him at least a few dozen times. I didn't offend anyone. Poof! Ancestor Wang Yong, who had been sitting on the fishing platform, just drank a mouthful of tea. When he heard Ho Yun's words, he couldn't help but spit it out. Elder Zheng was even more shocked and sat back in his seat. As for the palace master and Elder Meng and Elder Zheng, they had been stunned by Ho Yun's words and could not speak for a long time. Didn't offend anyone. He came up and beat him violently, smashed him dozens of times. This was called not offending anyone? Then what was offending people? Could it be that only killing the whole family, digging the grave, and whipping the corpse was considered offending? Ho Yun wanted this effect. It was rare for a few core executives to be fooled by him. Seeing the performance of everyone, Ho Yun laughed forward and backward and could not stop. AI. Looking at Ho Yun's laughter, how could everyone not know that they were fooled by Ho Yun? The palace master shook his head and sighed for a while. There was such a playful guy in his sect who had a headache. Elder Meng directly ignored Ho Yun and turned to Yang Chen and Gao Yugong Sunling. There was a reliable disciple who didn't ask, but he asked the guy who didn't match. Everyone deserved to be fooled. What the hell is going on? Elder Meng asked aloud. Of course, the target of his question was Yang Chen's family. Even the old tree demon next to him was more realistic than Ho Yin. What old Ho said is right. It is true that he came up and beat him violently. Yang Chen replied with a smile. However, old Ho smashed him dozens of times, nothing happened to him. But old Ho was sent flying by him. What the hell is going on? The palace master also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ho Yin. This guy was not bragging. He just left half a sentence without saying it. At this moment, everyone's interest was aroused, and naturally they urged Yang Chen to give a detailed account. Hearing that the master of the 8th grade of the fairy immortal realm didn't know his own strength at first, and ran away when he saw people, everyone sighed. Later, Yang Chen captured a master of the 8th grade of the fairy immortal realm with a table of wine and dishes. The ups and downs of the plot, the huge contrast before and after made several elders in the sect surprised. When they heard that Yang Chen actually completely suppressed a master of the 8th grade of the fairy immortal realm in terms of strength, everyone's eyes swept around Yang Chen. It seemed that Yang Chen's cultivation had not changed much, but they didn't know how effective Yang Chen's breakthrough was. Of course, the most important news was always the last to come out. When they heard that there were 3 disasters in the underwater mansion, even if it was only once in 3 years, even the calmest ancestor Wang Yong, who had been sitting still, could not sit still and stood up to ask about the specific things. The 3 of you made an agreement with Senior Jing, who to allow you to take people in to cross the tribulation? This news was so incredible that after everyone heard it, their first reaction was not joy, but extreme suspicion. After getting affirmative answers from Yang Chen and everyone's mouths, and after seeing the 3 jade cards, several core executives sat back in their original seats in shock. They all fell into contemplation and no longer had the mood to talk. With this underwater mansion, why can't my Chunyang palace prosper? The palace master finally patted the armrest of the chair and stood up, laughing. Chapter 1564. After experiencing the ups and downs of their mood, falling from the clouds to hell and then flying back to the clouds, several core executives of Chunyang Palace finally fully understood what happened. And at the same time, they also understood what kind of opportunity Chunyang Palace was facing. They didn't dare to say anything else in the spiritual world, but the natives were at least hundreds of billions. Not to mention far away, just the Sunset Rock plus Linyang River. There were hundreds of millions. The fact that the head of the palace could find thousands of natives above the peak Yuanying stage in just a few months had already explained everything. So many disciples with good qualifications, just because they had not experienced the tribulation, they could not become real human immortals. How big of a loss was this for a sect? Now, with this underwater mansion, Chunyang Palace could carefully select suitable people from the natives to cross the tribulation in the future, and develop and strengthen the strength of the sect. Several core executives who wanted to make the sect prosperous were so happy that they were about to explode. This secret must not be leaked. For how to use this favorable condition to strengthen the sect, the head of the palace and several elders were 1,000 times more experienced than Yang Chen in specific affairs, and they immediately told everyone to keep it confidential. As for the following things, Yang Chen didn't have to worry about it anymore, as long as the time came to take people to cross the tribulation. Of course, everyone understood the importance of confidentiality, and they knew what to do without the instructions of the head of the palace. Next, it was natural for the head of the palace to select suitable people to join the Chunyang Palace, and Yang Chen didn't have to worry much. This time, the main purpose of coming back was to tell the head of the palace about these 2 news. Now that the purpose has been achieved, Yang Chen and the others could not help in the sect, so they left together. However, Yang Chen had no intention of finding out any more secrets. He just had to wait for the arrival of Tao Junki on the sea. In this regard, Ho Yin and the others were certainly not so willing. So Ho Yin, the old tree demon, Shikue, and Xia Sha, the 4 monster race masters, were separated from Yang Chen's family in the sect. Several of them had to go to the Sunset Rock and Linyang River together to see what good things they could find. Yang Chen really didn't plan to make any big movements in the near future. Whether it was the spiritual vein or the underwater mansion, it was because these 2 things could be of great use to the sect, and they could let the disciples of the sect have enough confidence in the most timely manner. For the current Pure Yang Palace, these 2 things were enough. At present, Chunyang Palace was still a small sect. Excluding Long Xian, it only had a few human immortals. It was very tender. At present, the fact that it could get its hands on the Sunset Cliff, the river of overlooking sun and the sea of parting hatred to establish a sect, was already its limit. If even greater benefits were to appear, others would surely set their eyes on it and devour it whole. For the time being, Yang Chen finally had a little leisure time. Now was not the time to go out, so the most correct way to improve his cultivation was to stay in the sect or on the sea of parting hatred to recuperate and improve his cultivation. The Dragon Palace was more suitable for the immortals' cave in the water than any other underwater mansion. During the time of waiting for Tao Junki, the Yang family of 3 transformed the Dragon Palace into a simple sea palace with only a few small rooms on the Lihan Sea. All day long, they were either fishing or watching the scenery, or they were with their 2 wives under the moonlight, drinking wine and eating delicacies. This kid had a comfortable life. As early as when they were in the mortal world, Yang Chen and Tao Junki had made an agreement that Tao Junki would definitely pay attention to the news of Yang Chen's ascension, and then when Yang Chen settled down, she would rush over to meet him. Previously, Chunyang Palace destroyed the Chiman sect and released the prolonging life pill. He believed that Tao Junki would soon know such a big event. Naturally, Chunyang Palace's new territory was also known to the world, and Tao Junki knew where to find Yang Chen. Fairy Junki was born in the mortal world of Taishimen, the profound heaven sect in the spiritual world. Now the relationship between the profound heaven sect and other sect was tense. Fairy Junki could not meet Yang Chen in Chunyang Palace, so she could only be at sea. During the time of waiting for Tao Junki, Yang Chen also did another thing. When Yang Chen was chased by Luo Yuan, a master of the Deshang stage, the octopus, Lan Ning, who helped Yang Chen kill Luo Yuan, had already ascended for thousands of years. He didn't know how she was doing now. At that time, Lan Ning left a monster power crystal, and Yang Chen activated it on his own residence in the sea of parting hatred. He believed that if Lan Ning was not dead, she would definitely be able to feel his monster power. Yang Chen and Lan Ning had only met once. Everyone helped each other. Yang Chen didn't know if this would lead to Lan Ning. However, if Lan Ning gave him face and came, Yang Chen didn't mind taking care of Lan Ning. After all, several things in the mortal world were also thanks to Lan Ning. It was always Yang Chen's habit to repay kindness. Wu Xiong, Elder Wu, and Yang Chen were close friends. When Elder Wu ascended, Yang Chen also instructed Elder Wu to collect 1 or 2 immortals' caves after coming to the spiritual world. Elder Wu was a rogue cultivator. If there was no sect to rely on in the spiritual world, it would be difficult. Yang Chen didn't know if Elder Wu would take the initiative to visit after hearing the recent reputation of Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen. Lady Fanghua had already ascended, and now she must be in Yin Yang Demon School. Yang Chen's other wives and concubines had just arrived at the spiritual world sect not long ago. They were the disciples of the lowest generation. In the past, no matter how talented they were in the mortal world, they could only obediently listen to the arrangement of the sect. It was estimated that they would not have a chance to meet in a short time. They could only wait for them to cultivate in the sect for a period of time and then reunite. Even if Yang Chen had 10,000 years of memory from his previous life, He still couldn't know what would happen to these people who had changed their life trajectories by Yangchen. He could only passively wait for the news. This was also something that couldn't be helped. The years of cultivation were not fighting and killing all day long. Peaceful cultivation was the real key. Yangchen was very glad that he had so many confidants to accompany him in this life. Or now it could not be said that they were confidants, but family members. This life wasn't as lonely as it was in his previous life, and it wasn't like his previous life where he had to hide from place to place all day long. In his previous life, Yang Chen, Yang Lan, and the Taishaman were mortal enemies. Now that the mortal world's hatred had been avenged, Yang Lan probably would not feel good. Now Yang Chen should slowly plan how to deal with the Xiantian sect in the spiritual world. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling really enjoyed the feeling of only the two of them being with their husband. Without others to disturb them, it was calm and peaceful. If it weren't for the shadow of the Xiantian sect in their hearts, they really wanted to live a simple life like this. Unfortunately, the spiritual world was not a blessed land that stood aloof from worldly affairs. The peaceful life of the three was quickly broken. Just after Yang Chen waited for more than a year, a powerful divine sense quickly enveloped the three of them and unscrupulously explored the place where the three of them were. "Who has my demon power crystal?" After a while, an unusually charming voice sounded in the ears of the three of them, and at the same time, a huge black shadow appeared under the sea. Chapter 1565. Senior Lan, this junior is here. Hearing this voice, Yang Chen immediately stood up and took out the demon power crystal left by Lan Ning from the Qinkuan bag, held it in his hand, and said loudly to the sea, "It's you, little doll." Hearing Yang Chen's words and seeing the demon power crystal in Yang Chen's hand, the huge black shadow underwater quickly became smaller, instantly turned into a blue light, and came not far in front of Yang Chen. A water-blue gauze wrapped in a graceful and unusual figure, standing opposite the three people with a smile, who was not Lan Ning. However, he didn't know why. Yang Chen always felt that Lan Ning seemed to be a little tired. After not seeing each other for 1,000 years, Lan Ying's appearance didn't seem to have changed at all. She still looked the same as when she cultivated the transformation secret art. However, her cultivation base was very different. Now, Lan Ning at least had the cultivation base of the Earth Immortal Grade 3. Even in the spiritual world, she was not a soft persimmon that anyone dared to bully. "Senior Lan is still elegant, congratulations." Yang Chen smiled and cupped his hands at Lan Ning, and at the same time did not forget to introduce the two women beside him. "Senior, these two are my wives, the kindness of saving my life that day. This junior will always remember it in my heart. Thank you, Senior." Gao Yu and Gong Sunling followed behind Yang Chen, and they were also very respectful, and thanked her. "Thank you, Senior." This was the savior of their husband. How could they be courteous? "It's good that you are here. You can fight the enemy with me." The etiquette of the two women. Lan Ning just waved her hand as a greeting, and said, "Without any politeness, there is a guy who has a helper and fought with me a few days ago. I am a little weak, and I am at a disadvantage. With your help, I can kill them." As soon as she came up, she asked Yang Chen to help fight. Yang Chen didn't know whether to say that he was lucky or not. But since Lan Ning said so, Yang Chen also had to help. "Senior, wait a minute. It's not too late to take a rest first." No wonder Lan Ning looked tired. It turned out to be an opponent. As Yang Chen spoke, he reached out and handed over a 5 revolutions essence cultivating pill. 5th revolution pill? Good stuff. Lan Ning was also a knowledgeable person. At a glance, she saw that the medicinal pill was extraordinary. She reached out and took it. She did not guard against it and threw it into her mouth. 5 revolving essence culturing pill could restore vitality and replenish spiritual power. After a while, Lan Ning absorbed the potency of the pill, and her expression and momentum were restored. The feeling of being in high spirits was no longer faintly tired. Who is the opponent? What's his cultivation? Within the scope of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, apart from Long Xian, there was no enemy who could become the opponent of Lan Ning. The other party must be far away, and there was plenty of time. Yang Chen did not mind asking clearly. It's a woman. Her cultivation level is only at the 5th stage of the human immortal stage, but the magic treasures on her are truly powerful. When Lan Ning spoke, she still had an unconvinced posture. Especially the fire seed on her body is very powerful. I can't do anything to her for a while. An opponent at the 5th stage of the human immortal stage shouldn't be able to do anything to Senior, right? Yang Chen was startled. The difference between the two sides seemed to be a bit too much. Lan Ning was not the kind of expert who came from the orthodox cultivation of a famous sect. Her cultivation of the 3rd stage of the Earth immortal stage was estimated to be the result of fighting. It was a bit strange that she was forced like this by an opponent at the 5th stage of the human immortal stage. If it's just her alone, she can't do anything to me, Lan Ning said hatefully, but she has a group of helpers, 12 wooden puppets. Their cultivation level is not very high, but they are very powerful when they cooperate with each other. It's just a draw. Just knowing that you are here, I pulled you as a helper. As long as you can hold 1 or 2 of them, I can end them. 12 wooden puppets. The fire seed on the woman's body was also very powerful. Listening to Lan Ning's description, the more Yang Chen thought about it, the more he felt that the opponent in Lan Ning's mouth should be Tao Junkie. Her natal true fire was pure Yin true fire, and the 12 wooden puppets were, of course, 12 Punglai divine wood demons. With Tao Junkie's strength, after ascending for hundreds of years, she was almost in the realm of the 5th stage of the human immortal stage. Yang Chen had to ask clearly, otherwise if the flood rushed into the Dragon King temple would be a tragedy. Her magic weapon is very powerful. What kind of magic weapon is it? Yang Chen asked. A courtyard can't move. Of course, Lan Ning would not hide it. She also thought that Yang Chen would help her, so she naturally had to introduce it clearly. Courtyard? The first thing that came to Yang Chen's mind was his own manner. The demon seal array on the periphery had the same protective ability even in the spiritual world. It was normal for Lan Ning of the Earth immortal stage to be unable to move it. This time, Yang Chen and Gao Yugong Sunling were more and more sure that Lan Ying's opponent was Tao Junkie. Is it a manner? Yang Chen asked with a smile. Does she have a very fast iron-winged eagle? There's such a dead bird. Lan Ning seemed to have suffered a loss. When she answered, she extremely belittled her opponent, and the iron-winged eagle also became a dead bird. Fortunately, the dead bird is only fast in the air. It is not my opponent under the water. After saying so much, Lan Ning finally realized something and asked strangely, You haven't seen it. How do you know this? Senior, if this younger generation junior didn't guess wrong, Senior's opponent should be a concubine of this younger generation junior. Yang Chen replied with a wry smile. I don't know how she offended Senior, but I ask Senior to look at this younger generation junior's face and forgive her this time. When she arrives, this younger generation junior will let her apologize to Senior. With these words, Yang Chen put his own position very low. After all, it was his own savior. Since he knew that it was Tao Junkie, naturally he could not let them fight again. Tao Junkie would not disobey Yang Chen's meaning. Now that Yang Chen said some good words, it could also dispel Lan Ying's anger. Your concubine? Lan Ning looked at Gao Yu and Gong Sunling behind Yang Chen, and her eyes returned to Yang Chen. She is very beautiful. If she is really your concubine, you have a good luck with women. After a word of praise, she immediately waved her hand. Since she is your concubine, I won't pursue it. I met her on the road and wanted to send a ticket to her. I didn't expect it to be so difficult. Knowing that this was the case, Lan Ning looked like a beautiful woman on the outside, but she was a robber in the sea who bullied the weak. When she encountered a cultivator whose cultivation base was not as good as her own, it was very normal to be tempted. It was a pity that she met Tao Junki, who was armed by Yang Qin. The master of the 3rd grade of the Earth Immortal and the 5th grade of the Human Immortal fought to a draw, and failed to succeed. During the conversation, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness had already found the figure of Tao Junki. Tao Junki was now in the Yang family manor, urging the manor to rush in this direction. Her face was full of vigilance, and the 12 Penglai divine with monsters around her were also careful, and they looked a little nervous. Junki, come here. Yang Chen directly sent out a shock with his spiritual awareness and passed the message to Tao Junki. Chapter 1566. Suddenly hearing the voice of her husband in her mind, Tao Junki's face suddenly showed a happy expression. As long as she met with her husband, not to mention a 3rd grade Earth Immortal guy, no matter how high his cultivation was, he would also die. The 2 6th grade Earth Immortal guys of Chiman's sect. Weren't they also killed by her husband? Overjoyed, Tao Junki put away the manor, directly summoned the iron-winged eagle, and rushed over here. In a moment, she had crossed a distance of thousands of miles. Tao Junki found the breath of Lan Ying in the distance. Strangely, her husband was also there. Tao Junki was puzzled, but the speed of rushing over did not decrease, and she still went straight to Yang Chen's side. Junki, this is my savior in the mortal world. There's a little misunderstanding with you. Don't pursue it. Before the person arrived, Tao Junki heard the voice of her husband. Originally, Tao Junki was just in a hurry. It was Lan Ying who attacked her for no reason. Now that her husband said so, Tao Junki would certainly not say anything more. Since she was her husband's savior, she would return her life-saving grace and not care about it. Greetings, husband. Greetings, 2 sisters. When she came to Yang Qin, Tao Junki resisted her thoughts and greeted Yang Qin and Gao Yugong Sunling. She didn't look at Lan Ying next to her. It was already good that Lan Ying didn't attack her for no reason. Don't expect Tao Junki to have a good face. Lan Ying was a little embarrassed because of the idea of hitting an acquaintance's concubine. She curled her lips and said nothing. It's been hard on you, Junki. Yang Qin pulled Tao Junki up and hugged her in his arms and whispered in her ear. Tao Junki ascended in the Langya well, which could be regarded as escaping the calamity of the Taishaman, and she didn't have to face the dilemma between her husband and other sisters in the sect, which was a good thing. However, her life after the ascension was not so good. In the beginning, Tao Junki was valued by the sect with her excellent cultivation aptitude and pure true fire, origin fire. For the sect to win over a 5th grade alchemist, it was a great achievement. But not long after, the news of the Taishaman's annihilation spread. After Tao Junki ascended, she inevitably said some bad things about the young sect master, Li Lihing. When the mysterious Heaven sect began to investigate the massacre of the Taishaman, they also investigated Tao Junki. Yang Lan and Yang Lan must have spoken ill of Yang Qin. Some people in the Xiantian sect were naturally quite critical of Tao Junki. Yang Chen was just a small 5th grade alchemist. He was nothing in the spiritual realm. There were plenty of 7th grade alchemists in the mysterious Heaven sect. Who knew when this future alchemy genius would die prematurely? Since the Taishaman had offended all the cultivators, Yang Chen was no exception. With this, Tao Junki's previous actions of joining Yang Chen for the sake of the sect seemed to have become useless. In the sect, there began to be disciples like young Master Ishian who coveted Tao Junki's beauty and suppressed her in many ways. Fortunately, Tao Junki had resources prepared by Yang Chen, so she was not in a difficult position in the sect. Being entangled, Tao Junki simply followed Yang Chen's arrangement and went to the sea alone to gain experience and rarely returned to the sect. Yang Chen killed young Master Ishian, and Tao Junki was investigated by the sect again. Tao Junki did not feel much protection from the sect over the years. The happiest thing was to hear that her husband killed Zhu Ishian, who was entangled with her as soon as he ascended. Originally, Tao Junkie planned to go to Yangqin as soon as she heard the news, but she was afraid that her actions would implicate her husband and Chunyang Palace. She was very clear about the situation in Chunyang Palace. If the Xiantian sect really wanted to make a move, it would be enough to send a fairy immortal master. Therefore, Tao Junkie endured until Yang Chun made a hit with the prolonging life pill, and finally got the Sunset Rock, Lin Yingchuan, and the Hatred-Parting Sea, knowing that Yang Chun would definitely wait for her on the Hatred-Parting Sea. Tao Junkie did not rush over from the land, but slowly circled around from the sea. This circled for several years, and she was about to arrive, but a female robber appeared out of nowhere and did not say anything. Being held in her husband's arms, the warm and peaceful feeling made Tao Junkie hate to hold him like this for the rest of her life. Yang Chen's words directly hit the softest part of Tao Junkie's heart. Her husband's words made Tao Junkie feel as if all the grievances she had previously suffered had disappeared. Her eyes involuntarily reddened, and crystalline tears began to well up in her eyes. However, she forcefully held them back and did not let them fall. If you want to cry, just cry. What do you mean by holding it back? Lan Ying, who was next to her, said a sentence that directly caused Tao Junkie, who was in Yang Chen's arms, to glare at her. Lan Ying was also aware that she was in the wrong. She did not dare to look at Tao Junkie and turned her head guiltily. Don't worry, in the future, when the old monsters in your Xiantian sect know that you can get the prolonging life pill from me, you will be able to get back all the grievances you have suffered. Yang Chen did not just say it, but he directly gave Tao Junkie a very clear statement. Although only 4 prolonging life pills had been released, plus 10 in exchange for land, the shock caused among the cultivators had already been extremely sensational. Now, no one had come to ask for the pill. On the one hand, everyone needed to further verify the efficacy of the prolonging life pill. On the other hand, some people had the idea of delaying to see if there would be any variables. The so-called variables were naturally to see if some people or some sect could get the prolonging life pill from Yangqin, or use some means to make Yangqin and Chunyang Palace yield. Compared with the mortal world, the cultivators of the spiritual world were more realistic. Tao Junkie's face finally had a smile. She could really throw herself into her husband's arms and enjoy his embrace, and this kind of gentle consideration. Even a human immortal master would inevitably indulge in it. At this moment, the feeling of home was far more than that of the sect. Husband, I've brought our manor as well. When she said this, Tao Junkie seemed to be bragging about her achievements. This was the Yang family manor, the husband's manor, and our manor. However, when she heard this, Lan Ying had a strange look. It seemed that she had suffered a little loss on this manor. Oh, by the way, boy, when I was fighting with your woman, I seemed to find someone following us from a distance. I don't know what kind of guy it is, but he didn't come out when he saw us fighting. When Tao Junkie talked about the manor, Lan Ying naturally remembered something related to them, and at this time she also said it. Someone is following us. Tao Junkie's face suddenly turned pale. What was going on? Was it aimed at herself or at her husband? Don't be afraid, I'm here. Yang Chen's hand that was holding Tao Junkie tightened slightly, and the soft words made her relax immediately. Chapter 1567. To be able to follow Tao Junkie, a 5th-grade human immortal master, and not be discovered by her, at least his cultivation base was higher than Tao Junkie, or he had a super strong invisibility magic weapon. It didn't matter who the opponent was now. The important thing was why he was following Tao Junkie. Ling, you accompany Junkie and talk for a while. Yang Chen let go of Tao Junkie, and then let Gao Yu and Gong Sunling accompany her. My husband will go and see. After settling his family here, Yang Chen said to Lan Ying, Senior, are you interested in sending a ticket? After I succeed, we will split it in half. Lan Ying, this guy was a lawless master. Without the control of the sect, she was tyrannical in the sea, and she liked to do this kind of thing the most. Listening to Yang Chen, he wanted to pull her to send a ticket. How could she not be happy? The depression that had accumulated on Tao Junkie before couldn't be found from Tao Junkie. How could she find a channel to vent her fire? Let's go. Lan Ying answered directly, and then jumped into the sea first, and instantly changed back to the original appearance of the blue ring octopus in the sea. Entering the sea with Lan Ying was Yang Qin, who was driving the shuttle. In the sea, only the speed of the shuttle could keep up with Lan Ying. Tao Junkie watched Yang Chen and Lan Ying disappear, and the happiness in her heart was overflowing. As soon as her husband heard that he had been wronged, he couldn't get it back from Lan Ying, his savior, and immediately went to find trouble with the person who followed her. It could only show one thing, that was, her husband put her in his heart. Women, even if they were immortal women, would only be happy when they encounter this kind of thing. Since the other party followed Tao Junkie, it was obvious that whether it was good or bad, he was always targeting her. Seeing that she and Lan Ying were fighting, he didn't come up to help, which already showed that it was not a good way. Tao Junkie was not worried at all about whether Yang Qin would have any trouble. At this time, her heart was full of happiness, and she couldn't think of anything else. The Three Purities' Secret Arts Spiritual Awareness was released, and before he swam out 2,000 miles, Yang Qin found the guy who was tracking Tao Junkie, a grade 2 Earth immortal expert. No wonder he was discovered by Lan Ying. At this moment, that guy still did not know that he had been exposed, and was still carefully controlling the distance, as if he was afraid that Tao Junkie would discover him. Looking at this posture, it was clear that he definitely had a magical weapon on him that could track Tao Junkie's position. It was the same reason why Li Liheng had left a spiritual consciousness imprint on Tao Junkie in the past. The body of Blue Shadow firmly wrapped Yang Qin and the shuttle, and then quickly shrank to the size of an ordinary octopus, slowly approaching in that direction. Whether it was Lan Ying or Yang Qin, the spiritual awareness of both of them had surpassed the guy who was tracking them. It was easy to avoid his exploration. Within 2,000 miles, there were no other cultivators except for this guy who stayed in the same place and watched Tao Junkie from afar. Yang Chen and Lan Ying could safely make a bold move without worrying about disturbing anyone. It was a man sitting on a ship-shaped magical weapon. This magical weapon had been uniquely refined to hide most of the spiritual power fluctuations. If it was an ordinary human immortal master's spiritual awareness exploration, they would only think that this ship was a big fish. It seemed that this guy was specialized in doing this kind of thing. He was not in a hurry and always kept enough distance. He was a veteran. Unfortunately, he met Lan Ying and Yang Qin, and his experienced technique was seen through. Just when he stopped in place and closed his eyes while paying attention to Tao Junkie's position, he was unaware that a small octopus had arrived at the bottom of his ship. A person from the profound heaven sect. Yang Qin had already seen the identity of the man and quietly conveyed it to Lan Ying. Kill him. Don't leave any future troubles. The other party was a person from the profound heaven sect. Letting him live and face Tao Junkie would always make it difficult for Tao Junkie. Yang Qin simply did not hold back and directly killed the opponent and destroyed the corpse, just as if this person had never appeared, so as not to make it difficult for Tao Junkie. Boom! When the two of them didn't make a move, it was earth-shattering. Lan Ying's two huge tentacles, at the same time, rolled the ship-shaped magical weapon. She had already taken a fancy to this magical weapon and wanted to control it, and Yang Qin also used the 9 nether flying sword at the same time, instantly wrapping all 3 of them in a thick black mist. Lan Ying had been practicing in the demon continent, and now she was already at the 3rd grade of the Earth Immortal Realm. The demonic energy carried by the 9 nether flying sword had little effect on her, but the opponent was different. He who had been cultivating smoothly had never seen such vicious means, and his mind was instantly affected. The opponent was also an Earth Immortal Master, and this kind of mental influence could only last for a few moments. But for Lan Ying and Yang Qin, this short moment was enough. The two tentacles quietly approached the opponent's body, and at the same time a blood-red flying sword had already stabbed straight at his chest and abdomen. The opponent had just got rid of the mental attack of the 9 nether flying sword, but his hands and feet had already been entangled by Lan Ying's tentacles. The reaction of the Earth Immortal opponent could not be said to be slow. In the face of the sudden attack, he summoned the flying sword with the fastest speed. He was planning to meet the opposite flying sword, but the place where his hands and feet were entangled was numb at the same time. The blue-ringed octopus was one of the most poisonous monster beasts in the ocean. Even if he was an Earth Immortal master, in front of the poison of Lan Ying, who was higher than him, it was still not enough. Just between breaths, his whole body had been paralyzed, and even his brain worked a little slower. The blood-red flying sword mercilessly passed through his chest, entering his heart and flying out of his back, at the same time taking away all the blood in his body. Yang Qin and Lan Ying joined forces, and in an instant this guy became a pale corpse. Lan Ying was not polite. Her tentacles rolled the corpse and sent it directly into her mouth. For the monster race, the corpse of this level of cultivator was also a great supplement. A few days ago, when fighting with Tao Junkie, there were some losses, so it was just right to make up for it. Yang Qin turned a blind eye to this. The monster race had the habits of the monster race. After cultivating, the monster race had to abide by the living habits of human beings. The important thing was that the other party was an enemy, and the enemy had been eliminated. The figures of the two appeared directly on the boat-shaped magic weapon that had been controlled by Lan Ying, and they were on the way home. Lan Ying looked very excited. The other party's Qinkuan bag was in her hand, and she was dividing the loot one by one. As a lone thief, Lan Ying rarely had this kind of opportunity to divide the loot with others. The harvest this time was quite plentiful, and the resentment accumulated on Tao Junkie had dissipated by more than half. After happily dividing the loot, he happily counted his harvest. "Senior, Junkie doesn't know the relationship between you and me. I have offended you." Yang Chen didn't look at those things and pushed them directly in front of Lan Ying. "These things are Junkie's compensation to Senior." "Good. Let's write it off." Lan Ying was very happy to accept the things and waved her hand to express her attitude. At this moment, Yang Chen suddenly felt a palpitation. He didn't know what dangerous thing was about to happen. Chapter 1568. The sudden palpitation made Yang Chen's face turn pale in an instant. Lan Ying next to him immediately noticed this and began to be alert quietly. At the same time, she was a little closer to Yang Chen and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" As she said this, Lan Ying's other hand had quietly put away all the things, leaving nothing behind. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness had already explored at least 2,000 miles around when he had just discovered that something was wrong. However, no matter how Yang Chen used his spiritual awareness to explore, he could not find any clues. Where did this feeling of palpitation come from? Unconsciously, in order to be able to find the source of the palpitation, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness had begun to release madly. At the beginning, Lan Ying next to him was still a little careless. She had also explored around, and there was no sign of danger. In the end, Lan Ying was originally a sea creature and should be more sensitive to the danger in the sea than Yang Chen. Even she couldn't find the danger. Yang Chen's feeling must be wrong. However, with the crazy release of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, Lan Ying's attitude has changed from carelessness to surprise. The strength of the spiritual awareness released by Yang Chen has surpassed Lan Ying's own, reaching the realm of the 4th grade of the Earth Immortal, and it was still increasing. The strength of the spiritual awareness shown by Yang Chen alone had already surprised Lan Ying. The problem was that with the kind of killing intent released by Yang Chen when he was aware of the danger, it made Lan Ying, who was close at hand, almost break her heart. How many creatures had to be killed to have such a fierce killing intent appear? Lan Ying asked herself that she had hunted countless creatures in the sea, and she was also a well-known, ruthless character. But compared with the killing intent that Yang Qin had just released, it was nothing at all. Facing this fierce killing intent that was not released for herself at close range, Lanning was almost forced to the limit, and her spiritual awareness was raised to the strongest, barely resisting this direct and unreasonable killing intent, and her body began to tremble. If she didn't know that Yang Chen was definitely not targeting her, she would immediately show her true appearance and escape into the ocean, and never dare to approach Yang Chen again. No, it's not here. Yang Chen finally realized that the source of danger was not here. The spiritual awareness of the three purities' secret art has been released to the maximum. Even if it was a fairy immortal master, they could not escape from Yang Chen's combing. It was impossible for the Xian Immortal and Golden Immortal to appear in the spiritual world, let alone the great principal Golden Immortal. It was not until the moment when Yang Chen spoke that Lan Ying's nerves, which had been stretched to the limit, suddenly relaxed, and the ubiquitous sense of fear disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. However, at this moment, when Lan Ying looked at Yang Chen again, it was no longer with the kind of vision of a younger generation who had a relationship with the mortal world, but with another kind of attitude of respect that could not be expressed in words. Lan Ying had no doubt that if Yang Chen was willing, he could even kill her ruthlessly in a face-to-face encounter, and there would be no accident. What is it? The danger that could make Yang Chen so nervous was absolutely fatal. Lan Ying couldn't help but ask, and didn't notice that her tone seemed to have changed a little. I don't know. Yang Chen was still thinking about what the danger was, and answered subconsciously, and then immediately said in a very ordinary tone, Let's go. Let's go back first. Good. Lan Ying also naturally agreed. The two of them did not dare to stay on the sea, and quickly rushed to the Dragon Palace. Until returning to the Dragon Palace and seeing Gao Yu Gong Sunling and Tao Junki, there was still an unspeakable tension in Yang Chen's mind. That feeling was as if in his previous life he was just a little Xian Immortal who had just ascended to the immortal world and met a great principal, Golden Immortal. Great principal, Golden Immortal? As soon as this word appeared in his mind, Yang Chen suddenly woke up. That's right, this was the threat that only a great principal Golden Immortal could bring. However, this was the spiritual world. How could a great principal Golden Immortal of the immortal world come here? What kind of threat was that? It was as if he was about to be devoured, the fear of his body and soul being destroyed. For no reason. How could there be such a feeling? Devour? Yang Chen suddenly froze and suddenly thought of a possibility. In an instant, he could no longer sit still. He hurriedly told Gao Yugong Sunling and Tao Junki, Help protect me. He immediately sat down and began to run the three purities' secret art to the extreme, trying to verify his guess. Gao Yugong Sunling and Tao Junki didn't know what happened. Everyone looked at each other. After looking at each other a few times, they all focused their eyes on Lan Ying, who came back with Yang Chen. I don't know what happened. Lan Ying hurriedly waved her hand to show her innocence and quickly explained, We teamed up to kill a guy who was tracking you. When we divided the booty, he suddenly found something wrong, but I couldn't find any threat. The three women also couldn't find any threats around them. Even if Gong Sunling used the Mountain River geographical map to check tens of thousands of miles, she didn't find any problems, but her husband's feeling would definitely not be wrong. At the moment, without any hesitation, Gao Yu directly put away the Dragon Palace, and Gong Sunling waved everyone into the Mountain River geographical map. There was no safer place than this. It was as if this was the only place that could make her husband safer. After doing all this, the women anxiously gathered around Yang Chen, not far from him, staring at Yang Chen nervously, for fear that he would have an accident. At this moment, Yang Chen has thoroughly figured out where his inexplicable palpitation came from. The root of the problem was still in the mortal world. When cultivating the three purities' secret art to a certain extent, the spiritual awareness would split, and this Yang Chen had already done it. When the first spiritual awareness split, It was actually a seed of spiritual awareness that was left by Yang Chen in the immortal body in the mortal world. The immortal body was discovered by Yang Chen and the women in the secret plane left by a predecessor of Taishimin. The secret plane was only known to Yang Chen when the masters of Taishimin asked Yang Chen for advice with the ancient characters that they didn't know. At that time, Yang Chen gave Taishimin another very dangerous secret plane as a reply and caused Taishimin to suffer heavy losses. The real secret plane was explored by Yang Chen himself. Taishimin would not have an immortal body for no reason, nor would they put the immortal body in an ancient secret plane for no reason. Now that he thought about it, there was only one possibility for that immortal body. It was a means of profound heaven sect, just in case. Chapter 1569. At first, Yang Chen couldn't figure out where the Taishimin's predecessors got the immortal body, especially one that was unconscious but still alive. Since there was such an immortal body, Yang Chen certainly wouldn't waste it. He left his own consciousness seed. Even if there was an accident in the future, with this immortal body, Yang Chen could start over again. It was even possible that his cultivation would be stronger than it was now. Now, Yang Chen finally understood what the function of this immortal body was. It was the body of a great, principal golden immortal that the immortal world's mysterious heaven sect had spent a lot of effort and paid a great price to get it from the immortal world. It was to prevent any major changes in the Taishimin one day so that they wouldn't even lose their inheritance. For a big sect with the inheritance of the immortal world's spiritual world. If the sect in the mortal world was destroyed, it meant that there would be no continuous replenishment in the future. Even if the sect in the immortal world was strong, it was rootless. There was no other possibility but to decline step by step. The Taishimin had been destroyed, so the mysterious heaven sect naturally became a castle in the air. Without a foundation, there was only one path left for them. Of course, the mysterious heaven sect wouldn't sit back and watch this happen. Therefore, the ultimate escape route that they had arranged in the past finally came in handy. The immortal world originally had the method of sending a consciousness clone to the mortal world, but it was expensive to use, so it was only used once every 100 years. Although no one would die because of it, at least 3 great, principal golden immortals would have to pay the price of 1,000 years of cultivation. Only a big sect like the mysterious heaven sect could afford such a cost. Ordinary small sects couldn't afford it at all. If they had to pay such a price in the immortal world, at least one golden core stage disciple would have to pay the price in the mortal world. This didn't include the large number of materials needed to activate the formation. Even so, the consciousness clone could only convey 1 or 2 key messages in the mortal world. 99% of the memories of the consciousness clone in the mortal world would be lost, and only a few of the most profound points would be left. In addition to the consciousness clone, the mysterious heaven sect might have a way to completely transfer the consciousness of a great, principal, golden immortal to the mortal world. However, the bodies of ordinary experts in the mortal world simply could not accommodate the consciousness of a zenith, heaven, golden immortal. So there was the arrangement of an immortal body. The immortal body was the mysterious heaven sect's last resort to prevent the worst-case scenario. Now that the Taishimin in the mortal world had been exterminated, the sect had reached a point of life and death. Thus, it was only natural for the mysterious heaven sect to activate its immortal body. The empty celestial body was just a container that had been nourished inside the 7-treasure glazed box, quietly waiting for the mysterious heaven sect to use their last resort. Such an immortal body, of course, could not be used to descend to the lower realm with the consciousness avatar method of losing 99% of the memory. Instead, he used the method of the entire consciousness descending to the lower realm. However, compared to sending a consciousness doppelganger to the lower realm, the price was extremely high. It required the lives of at least dozens of zenith, heaven golden immortals, and the cultivation of at least 10,000 tribulation true immortals. He paid such a terrible price in exchange for the consciousness of a zenith, Heaven Golden Immortal with complete memories to enter the immortal body of the mortal world from the immortal world. A Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, who occupied the mortal body of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, was absolutely invincible in the mortal world, because he had already experienced the Golden Immortal Tribulation. The heavenly tribulation in the mortal world could not affect him at all. He could stay in the mortal world freely, even if the Taishaman had been exterminated. With such a powerful guy, it was not impossible to reorganize the Taishaman in the mortal world. Under normal circumstances, of course, there was no need to use such a means. The Taishaman was the biggest sect in the Tao sect. They could control the situation without using any means. There was no need to sacrifice so many Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals and 10,000 Tribulation True Immortals. Now that the Taishaman had been exterminated, if they wanted to rebuild the sect, they must have such a peerless master who could hold the situation and establish absolute authority. Yang Chen's heart palpitated because the mysterious Heaven sect had begun to activate. The consciousness of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal was about to enter the immortal body bit by bit. The seed of consciousness left by Yang Chen was naturally the enemy of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. If the other party wanted to completely occupy the immortal body, there was only one way, and that was to destroy the seed of consciousness that currently occupied the immortal body. No matter what method was used, the seed of consciousness of Yang Chen must be forced out of the body, killed, or completely swallowed. The sense of danger even passed directly from the mortal world to the spiritual world. The seed of consciousness left by Yang Chen began to be quickly stimulated in the face of such a powerful enemy. Before the other party's consciousness could fully descend, it spontaneously began to fight back. Yang Chen, who was in the spiritual world, could not use other methods to help his seed of consciousness. He could only cultivate the three purities secret art crazily to strengthen the connection between him and the seed of consciousness to resist the swallowing of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Yang Chen didn't even know if he could escape this disaster. Although it was only the seed of consciousness that was swallowed, Yang Chen himself might not be in too much danger. But it was definitely a disaster for Yang Chen's three purities secret art cultivation. It was likely that the three purities secret art would no longer be able to advance, and it would stay at this stage. The only fortunate thing was that even the consciousness of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal could not completely enter the immortal body at once, and it always took a long process. This process depended on the price that Profound Heaven Sect was willing to pay for it, and it lasted between 10 to 100 years. In particular, this was still possible without any interference at all. Now, Yang Chen's seed of consciousness had already occupied the immortal body, and it had become the biggest obstacle for the other party to enter the immortal body. As soon as the consciousness of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal entered the immortal body, it was met with the crazy resistance of Yang Chen's seed of consciousness. The two sides used the unconscious immortal body as a battlefield and began to fight wildly. There was no possibility of peace on both sides, only a battle of life and death. It was a battle of pure consciousness, and no one could see any clues from the outside. Both sides had a reason to fight to the death, and there was no room for change. Although it was only a collision of consciousness, the intensity was no less than a fierce fight. At this time, although Yang Chen was just sitting cross-legged and cultivating, the women next to him were extremely nervous. Yang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. At first, he looked very calm, but as time passed, everyone found that something was wrong. The sweat flowing down Yang Chen's head and face like a stream clearly showed how dangerous Yang Chen was now. The nervous hearts of the women became more and more nervous as Yang Chen sweated. Even if they had seen the most dangerous situation with Yang Chen, they had never seen Yang Chen's performance like this. However, at this moment, they could only watch and couldn't help at all. They didn't even dare to make a sound for fear of disturbing Yang Chen. Chapter 1570. Yang Chen still underestimated the power of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Although Yang Chen also had a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm in his memory, that realm was promoted with the help of others. In terms of state of mind, he was at best a quasi-zenith heaven golden immortal, and had not reached the level of a real zenith heaven golden immortal. At the same time, he also underestimated the power of a zenith heaven golden immortal after his consciousness descended. This wasn't a consciousness clone, but a transfer of the main body's consciousness from the main body in the immortal world to an immortal body in the mortal world. Even if it was not his own body, it was still the immortal body of a zenith heaven golden immortal who had experienced the golden immortal tribulation. As long as his consciousness and body were slightly integrated, he could exert terrifying strength. It was estimated that it would take 8 to 10 years for the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal to descend, but in just a few days, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness seed could not expel the opponent at all. Instead, more of his body was occupied by the enemy. Now, Yang Chen's divine sense seed was slowly wrapped up by the consciousness of an unknown great principal golden immortal in the mysterious heaven sect. Before, they were evenly matched, but as time passed, the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal slowly entered the immortal's body. He completely lost his advantage and could only barely resist. Fortunately, after all, it was the spiritual awareness seed released by the powerful Three Purities secret art. Even if the attack power could not be maintained, self-protection was relatively safe. For a while, the incomplete consciousness of the great firmament golden immortal could not cause any harm to the seed of consciousness. The enemy apparently also discovered this problem, so he just wrapped the spiritual knowledge seed with more and more consciousness, slowly accumulating strength, waiting for the moment when he could further destroy the spiritual knowledge seed. To Yang Chen, this was simply a disaster. His own spiritual awareness seed was wrapped. Even if it would not endanger his life for the time being, the Three Purities secret art was almost abolished. Moreover, no one knew what kind of effect it would have on the body after the seed of consciousness was devoured or destroyed. This was something that even Taishang Laojun himself might not necessarily know. Yang Chen did not dare to take risks and let the enemy swallow his spiritual consciousness seed without resistance. That was not the character of Yang Chen in this life. Even if they were to die, they would at least leave a layer of skin behind. At this moment, Yang Chen was still working hard for his spiritual sense seed. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this year, Yang Chen tried his best, but in the end he only managed to keep his spiritual sense seed alive. However, the longer it took, the more enemies' consciousnesses descended, and the stronger they became. The seed of consciousness was now in danger, and only the last little flame was left, which had not been completely destroyed by the other party. It was not appropriate to say that it was destroyed. The other party seemed to be very interested in this seed of spiritual awareness that occupied the immortal body first, and did not kill it at once. This was the fundamental reason why Yang Chen could survive. Yang Chen understood this, and so did the other party. Of course, there was another reason. That was, the other party was still not sure whether Yang Chen's spiritual sense seed had already sacrificially refined this immortal body. If they forced Yang Chen too hard, once Yang Chen made up his mind to detonate the immortal body, the gains would not make up for the losses. Xiantian's sex arrangement for hundreds of years had consumed a lot of manpower and material resources. Dozens of almighty immortals had paid the price of their lives, and even 10 tribulation true immortals had completely sacrificed their cultivation and became a waste. All this was to rebuild the mortal world's Taishaman and leave a complete foundation for the sect. In any case, they could not lose the big picture because of a small gain. Yang Chen did not know the other party's concerns, and was still struggling to not let the last little flame of the spiritual sense seed go out. Yang Chen's reason told him that it was almost his limit to hold on until now. The strength of the other party was getting stronger and stronger, and it was inevitable that he would eventually lose this spiritual sense seed. This was a difficulty that Yang Chen had never thought of, even though he claimed to be meticulous in his calculations. If he had known this earlier, he would have directly occupied the immortal body, and he might have been able to destroy Xiantian's sect in the spiritual world by himself. However, at this point, it was no longer up to Yang Chen to regret it. A year's time was enough for 1/10 of the Almighty Immortal's complete consciousness to enter the immortal body. 1/10 of the Almighty Immortal was enough to kill all the cultivators in the mortal world. At this point, the spiritual sense seed left by Yang Chen in the immortal body could be said to have no control over its life or death, and it only depended on the mood of the other party. Yang Chen's persistence had also reached the point of exhaustion. At this last moment, under the absolute strength of the other party, the spiritual sense seed was no longer able to resist and was swallowed whole. In any case, Yang Chen had done his best. It was enough for Yang Chen to be able to hold on for a whole year in the hands of 1/10 of the Almighty Immortal. When the spiritual sense seed was swallowed, Yang Chen's heart suddenly became clear. Even if he lost the spiritual sense seed and the three purities secret art could not continue to cultivate, at this moment his spiritual sense cultivation was far beyond that of ordinary people. The cultivation method of spiritual awareness was not only the three purities secret art in the whole world. Except for Yang Chen, didn't everyone also cultivate it well? It was a big deal to change to a slightly more ordinary spiritual awareness cultivation method in the future. Losing this knot in his heart, Yang Chen was no longer so reluctant, and the sweat on his head and face was not as fierce as before, and began to calm down slowly. At this moment, the mood suddenly made Yang Chen have a kind of understanding that if he did not break, he would not stand. There was nothing irreplaceable in this cultivation. Even the three purities secret art was like this. In the future, there would be nothing that could bother Yang Chen. It was at this moment that the three purities secret art that was being cultivated suddenly had a slight change. If the three purities secret art that Yang Chen cultivated in the past was just a step-by-step process of worrying about gains and losses, now the three purities secret art had a kind of initiative and determination to overcome all obstacles without hesitation. Don't look at Yang Chen's three purities secret art that had been cultivated to the fourth layer, but there had never been such a change. Along with it, because of the changes in the three purities secret art, Yang Chen's sea of consciousness had also undergone a trace of elusive changes. The originally condensed and very solid sea of consciousness, at this moment, seemed to have all turned into countless tough spiritual awareness threads in an instant. Everything in the sea of consciousness seemed to have become a condensed strand of spiritual awareness threads. The sudden change made Yang Chen not know what was going on. The three purities secret art was dictated by the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. At most, Yang Chen recited it from beginning to end and firmly recorded it in his mind. The Grand Supreme Elderly Lord never talked about the changes, so Yang Chen naturally had no way of knowing. At this time, it was as if Yang Chen's sea of consciousness suddenly became a large cocoon full of spiritual awareness threads. Chapter 1571. That's right, it was a cocoon. Everything seemed to have become a condensation of spiritual awareness threads. If outsiders could see it, they would feel that Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was a cocoon formed by a huge silk thread. Yang Chen didn't know whether this change was good or bad, but since it could make a sound change, and it was a change after his own state of mind had a breakthrough, it should not be in a bad direction. At this time, Yang Chen could even give up the spiritual awareness seed left by the three purity secret art, which also meant that he could give up the three purity secret art. The feeling of gain and loss in his heart would no longer bother Yang Chen. Before Yang Chen had time to carefully appreciate the changes in the three purities, secret art and spiritual awareness, a subtle fluctuation was suddenly passed to Yang Chen's mind. This fluctuation was the fluctuation from the spiritual awareness seed left by Yang Chen in the mortal world. Could it be that the spiritual awareness seed had not been completely swallowed? Yang Chen's spirit was suddenly refreshed. Before, this faint connection was so subtle that even Yang Chen couldn't detect it. However, after the change in the three purities secret art, the sea of consciousness was all turned into spiritual awareness threads, so that Yang Chen keenly grasped this connection. Suddenly, an incomparably vast divine sense broke into his sea of consciousness and exploded loudly in his sea of consciousness. Who are you? Are you related to the extermination of the Taishimen? Give me your life. A huge roaring sound reverberated in his sea of consciousness, and countless powerful thoughts rushed into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness and began to crazily collide in all directions. The majesty carried by that spiritual awareness was simply an unattainable mountain peak, with a high dignity that could not be blasphemed, rampaging in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, as if to dig out all the things in Yang Chen's mind. Not good. Yang Chen instantly understood what had happened. The spiritual knowledge seed left in the mortal world was not completely swallowed. The other party still left a negligible bit, but relying on his strong cultivation, he found a subtle connection between Yang Chen and the spiritual knowledge seed, and then traced this connection to Yang Chen. It was easy for a 1/10 of the great principal golden immortal to swallow the spiritual awareness seed of a mortal world that was at most at the peak of the Deshang stage. The spiritual consciousness seed left by Yang Chen became a tonic for the other party, strengthening the other party's spiritual consciousness. The most terrifying thing was that when he swallowed the spiritual consciousness seed, the great principal golden immortal discovered some of Yang Chen's memories. It must be known that the spiritual consciousness seed contained almost all the memories of Yang Chen before his ascension. Even if the other party could not get all the memories, it contained some of the memories about the Taishimen, which also let the other party understand a little bit. The first feeling of the great principal golden immortal master after getting these fragments of memories was that the owner of this spiritual consciousness seed was probably the culprit of the Taishimen's destruction. Even if not, it must have an inseparable relationship with the destruction of the Taishimen. In the first time, the great principal golden immortal did not care that he had just descended 1/10. A part of his consciousness immediately followed the connection between the spiritual consciousness seed and the main body and rushed into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. The reason why the immortal world wanted to descend, in addition to rebuilding the Taishimen, another important task of the great principal golden immortal in the lower realm was to thoroughly investigate the cause of the destruction of the Taishimen. If it was really the Taishimen who brought this upon themselves, it would be fine. But if there was another explanation, how could the Taishimen swallow this easily? The discovery of the memories in the spiritual consciousness seed made the great principal golden immortal feel like he had found a treasure. Although he could not get the complete fragments, as long as the owner of the spiritual consciousness seed was still alive and there was still a connection, he was not afraid that he could not find the truth. It was precisely for this reason that the great principal golden immortal left the last trace of the spiritual consciousness seed and did not completely swallow it. For the great principal golden immortal who had experienced the golden immortal tribulation and was already in the process of his consciousness descending, it took a huge price for his consciousness to go from the immortal world to the mortal world. But from the mortal world to the spiritual world, it was extremely easy. This was originally an irreversible passage up. With the cultivation of the great principal golden immortal, even if he only had 1/10 of his consciousness, he could easily find Yang Chen in the spiritual world, grab his spiritual consciousness, and enter Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. Yang Chen had completely given up on the spiritual consciousness seed, but he did not expect to have such a surprise. The other party's wisp of consciousness that rushed into his sea of consciousness, except for its great momentum, had almost no effect on Yang Chen. He had tens of thousands of years of memory in his previous life, and in this life he had killed more than tens of thousands of great principal golden immortals. The pressure of a mere great principal golden immortal was a joke for Yang Chen. Not to mention that Yang Chen had already integrated the entrance of the immortal beheading platform. Even if Yang Chen had not integrated it, this guy could not deter Yang Chen at all. As for the rampaging consciousness, it seemed very fierce and very lethal, but Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was full of tenacious spiritual consciousness threads at this time. No matter how hard the other party collided, it was like a high-speed bullet hitting the Kevlar bulletproof material fiber. As long as the fiber was tough enough, the bullet would be useless. At present, Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness threads were so hard. The spiritual consciousness threads cultivated by the three purities' secret art had experienced the drastic changes of the previous great breakthrough and great enlightenment. The already tenacious spiritual consciousness threads had doubled. Part of the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal that was rushing around was directly entangled by countless spiritual consciousness threads and could no longer break free and escape. The drastic changes in the sea of consciousness brought about by the upheaval of the three purities' secret art. At this time, Yang Chen really discovered a little clue. That was, the originally hard sea of consciousness could actually be deformed at any time. Countless spiritual consciousness threads would normally be arranged in an orderly manner to form the original appearance of the sea of consciousness. Once there was this kind of collision, it would immediately change its shape without hesitation. The result of the direct collision was at most a certain part of the sea of consciousness that seemed to have been hid into a mess, but at least the part of the collision would be entangled a lot. For the part of the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal, it was like a punch with all his strength hitting cotton, which could make him vomit blood. It was in vain. At this moment, the part of the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal, not to mention continuing to dig deep memories from Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. After a few collisions, even the action of the consciousness seemed to have a problem. It was bound under the entanglement of thousands of strands of spiritual consciousness threads, and there was no place to escape. If that was the case, it was nothing. At most, the great principal golden immortal would send more and stronger consciousness and then break free from Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness threads and retreat. The problem was that in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness there was also a long blood-colored river and a white dragon formed by dragon chi and two fire dragons, formed by yin-yang heaven-burning fire. Chapter 1572. Among these, the first thing that the consciousness of the great overarching golden immortal collided with was the white dragon condensed from dragon chi. Dragon chi? So there is still a dragon behind it? Good, good. The voice of the great overarching golden immortal floated in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. For the great overarching golden immortal, a mere dragon chi could not deter him at all, not to mention a little dragon chi left in the mortal world. Even if a real dragon came from the immortal world, he would not be afraid. Would the direct disciple of the Xiantian sect be scared to the point of not being able to move in the face of an old dragon? On the contrary, he was very excited to find out that there might be a dragon involved. What was the purpose of his consciousness descending to the mortal world? In addition to rebuilding the sect, wasn't it to find the culprit? The more people behind the scenes were found, the happier he would be. At this time, the great overarching golden immortal did not realize what it meant for his consciousness to be surrounded by Yang Chen's spiritual sense threads. Even according to the upper limit of Yang Chen's spiritual sense cultivation, what could a junior of the earth immortal level do to him, a great overarching golden immortal? The gap between the realms was like a natural moat, and it was not something that could be made up for with any magic treasure or strange sea of consciousness. This was indeed the case. Under normal circumstances, if the great overarching golden immortal wanted to take the life of an earth immortal, as long as he thought about it, the sea of consciousness of the earth immortal could be blown up. Even if he did not die, he would only be left with a body without any soul. However, there were exceptions to everything. Even the consciousness of the great overarching golden immortal could descend from the immortal world to the mortal world. Such a ridiculous thing could happen. The exception was where Yang Chen was. The rampaging spiritual sense of the great overarching golden immortal would not think about what it would hit next. Boom, a sea of blood, or to be precise, countless blood-red spiritual sense threads condensed into a long river of blood. Every wisp of divine awareness carried a kind of fierce killing intent that could cross the sea of blood. In the collision of the two divine awareness, It directly invaded the divine awareness of the Almighty Immortal without reservation. The great, principal, golden Immortal, who thought that he was in control of everything, was suddenly wrapped in this crazy killing intent. Even if it was only in the state of spiritual awareness, he could not help but shiver. In an instant, that ball of divine sense no longer dashed around arrogantly. It obediently stayed where it was, not moving at all. After all, the opponent was a perfected golden Immortal. Even if the blood-red river carried a soaring, killing intent, it could only frighten the perfected golden Immortal for a while. It could not destroy the opponent's consciousness at all. However, this short moment was enough. At this moment, the black and white fire dragons entangled the divine sense of the great principal golden Immortal. The two fire dragons cooperated with each other with an unusual tacit understanding. The two twisted into one and wrapped the opponent's divine sense tightly, leaving no gap. At this time, even if a perfected golden Immortal had great ability, it was impossible to get rid of the entanglement of the two fire dragons. The moment after the Een fire dragon was entangled, it was all transformed into the 7th grade spirit devouring dragon fire. Of course, after the improvement of the white fire seed, the 7th grade spirit devouring dragon fire actually had the power of the 8th grade spirit devouring dragon fire. Against the spiritual awareness, the spirit devouring dragon fire was the most powerful. The merciless burning made the perfected golden Immortal immediately feel the pain. As long as it was not a fire cultivator and not a cultivator who had been exposed to the spirit devouring dragon fire before, no matter how high the cultivation base was, it would not be able to completely get rid of the burning of the spirit devouring dragon fire in a short time. It must be known that this was a fire seed that directly targeted the spiritual awareness. Once stained, unless one had an absolutely powerful cultivation base, there was no way to get rid of it from the mortal world. Along the connection between Yang Qin and the seed of spiritual awareness, it rushed into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness at most. The consciousness in his immortal body was only 1/10. In this way, this part of consciousness was less than 1% of the original consciousness of the perfected golden Immortal. It was simply a fool's dream to fight against the spirit devouring dragon fire with this incomplete spiritual awareness. Boom, the entire group of spiritual awareness was ignited, burning and consuming crazily. The perfected golden Immortal finally could not bear such pain, and the screams began to drift wildly in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. Accompanied by the screams, the consciousness of the perfected golden Immortal had been filled with anger. The consciousness of the perfected golden Immortal had descended to the mortal world. But it was insulted by a junior who didn't know how many years ago. It was intolerable. This was simply a great shame and humiliation. For a while, the perfected golden Immortal even felt scared and was stunned. He was a great perfected golden Immortal. A little bug that could be killed at any time and anywhere had brought such an insult to him. If he didn't tear Yang Chen's body into pieces, how could he dispel the hatred in his heart? At this moment, the perfected golden Immortal could no longer care about anything else. The consciousness left in the immortal body rushed frantically along the previous connection. This time, not only did he want to dig out Yang Chen's memory completely, but he also would not let Yang Chen die a good death. A large group of consciousness rushed over, and the consciousness of the perfected golden Immortal entangled by the Yin Yang fire dragon immediately expanded rapidly, and the Yin Yang fire dragon felt the pressure. Originally, there was no gap in the entanglement, but now there began to slowly appear a trace of a gap. The more pressure he faced, the more vigorous Yang Chen's fighting spirit became at the moment. In addition to the spirit devouring dragon fire, countless other original 7th grade fire seeds also began to take turns, burning the enemy's consciousness regardless of anything. The opponent was not a fire cultivator. This was completely certain. This alone had put Yang Chen in an invincible position. Break for me. The voice of the perfected golden Immortal once again exploded in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. With this angry shout, the consciousness of the perfected golden immortal suddenly expanded at least 5 times. The yin-yang fire dragon, which was tightly sealed in the consciousness group, could no longer maintain its original state and was abruptly pushed open by this soaring consciousness. If it weren't for the tenacity of the spiritual awareness threads cultivated by the 3 purity secret art, there would have been countless spiritual awareness threads broken. Junior, this time you are dead. Not only you, but your family, your sect, and everyone related to you. All of them are dead meat. The perfected golden immortal was not calm in his rage. The kind of undisguised killing intent transmitted directly through his consciousness made Yang Chen feel it clearly. Take care of yourself first. Yang Chen's voice was even calmer than that of the perfected golden immortal, and there was no fear of facing death. The consciousness of the zenith heaven golden immortal was obviously a little confused. Then he suddenly discovered that his consciousness was being led by the 2 fire dragons into a huge white ball. Chapter 1573. Due to the combat consciousness cultivated for tens of thousands of years, the great principal golden immortal instinctively perceived the danger. Not to mention anything else, it was abnormal for an earthly immortal junior to be so confident in the face of the great principal golden immortal, and there must be a reason behind the abnormality. Unfortunately, it was too late to notice the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal. He could only clearly feel that his consciousness was entangled and dragged by the 2 fire dragons and plunged into a white ball. Finding that something was wrong, the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal immediately began to struggle, trying to break free from the ball. As soon as he struggled, Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realized that something was wrong. The more he struggled, the faster he was sucked into the ball. There seemed to be a great suction force coming from inside, causing Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal to be involuntarily sucked in without any strength to struggle. What was more frightening was that this strong suction force did not stop after completely dragging the part of the consciousness that had rushed into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. It followed the connection between the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal and the immortal body and began to forcibly drag the part of the consciousness in the immortal body. Originally, when he was burned by the spirit-devouring dragon fire, the consciousness of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal let out a scream. But now that he was absorbed into the ball, there was no more sound. Only a feeling of extreme fear was slowly dissipating. That feeling was even more frightening than crashing into the Scarlet River. This ball in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was naturally the bead formed by the white fire seed left by Li Cheng. In the past, the 2 yin-yang fire dragons and this ball formed the pattern of 2 dragons playing with a bead in Yang Chen's mind. The ball was the bead that was played by the 2 dragons. In the past, Yang Chen did not know what other uses this ball had. Most of the time, he just thought that it was the place where the yin-yang fire dragon went in to be nourished. Anyway, every time the yin-yang fire dragon entered the ball, there would be a feeling of being charged, so there was no harm in it. This time, Yang Chen really saw the power of this fireball. After the yin-yang fire dragon entangled the consciousness, it almost instinctively dragged the consciousness into the fireball. Yang Chen's heart was moved, but he did not stop it. What his sworn brother, Li Cheng, left him would definitely be a surprise. Sure enough, the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal was soon dragged into the fireball, and there was no sound anymore. Not only that, but there was also a steady flow of consciousness into the fireball. It of the fireball of the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal. Because of the attraction of the fireball, the speed of the great principal golden immortal's consciousness was much faster. The consciousness that descended from the immortal world was frantically rushing into the immortal body. Then it was attracted by the fireball and involuntarily entered the fireball without any possibility of struggling. There were at least 10 true immortals of tribulation around the cultivator, each occupying a position. There was a very complicated magic formation underground. The 10 true immortals of tribulation were sparing no effort in activating the magic formation underground with their cultivation. However, upon closer inspection, the cultivator's body seemed to be slowly losing something, and the cultivator's body also gave off a feeling of loss of spirituality. Everything is normal. A great figure looked at the cultivator in the middle for a long time, then nodded slightly and said to the people around him, "In a few years it will completely descend. I believe it won't take many years for the mortal world to rebuild the profound heaven gate." Everyone let out a sigh of relief. The mysterious heaven sect had been patiently waiting for this moment for many years. As long as they could rebuild the profound heaven gate in the mortal world, the temporary grievances of the profound heaven gate in the spiritual and celestial worlds were nothing. When the time came, they would make those people pay back double. In order to prepare for the descent of the zenith heaven golden immortals consciousness, the celestial world's black heaven sect had prepared for hundreds of years, and it had been more than a year since the array was activated. At this time, the consciousness of the zenith heaven golden immortal that had descended to the lower realm was estimated to have firmly controlled the situation. Next, everyone just had to wait for all the consciousnesses to descend to the lower realm, and it would be considered a great success. There's a change. All of a sudden, a big shot noticed that something was wrong. The dozen or so true immortals around the cultivator in the middle seemed to be working very hard at the moment. It seemed that they were increasing the output of their cultivation. Everyone was shocked, and their gazes immediately landed on the person who had just spoken. That big shot was the one who set up the array, so he should know the changes in the array the best. There was no other way. As long as the array was activated, the cultivator in the middle could no longer communicate with everyone. If there was any problem, they could only look for the expert who set up the array. The expert did not let everyone down. He immediately observed the array nervously. This observation lasted for a whole month, and he finally found the problem. "It's okay." The expert finally gave a conclusion, and then he immediately explained, "The speed of the consciousness descending to the lower realm has increased. I think the part in the mortal world has completely controlled the situation and has taken the initiative to speed up. At present, except for the true immortals who are controlling the array with their cultivation, there seemed to be no other abnormalities. There was only one explanation, that was, the speed of the consciousness descending to the lower realm had increased. No matter what the reason was, it was good news for everyone for the time being. According to this speed, we don't need to wait for another 10 years or so. In 3 years at most, we can completely descend." The expert who set up the array had also been estimating the speed. After a while, he immediately gave an answer. "God bless our Black Heaven sect. Now the reconstruction of the Black Heaven sect in the mortal world can be advanced by a few years." "Good, good." Several big shots nodded in unison. One of them even laughed heartily and said, "I really want to see how those guys will look when they find out that the Black Heaven sect in the mortal world is being rebuilt. It makes me feel so happy just thinking about it. Humph, they only know how to rob the old lord's magic treasures, elixirs, and inheritance. Who would think of using the old lord servant?" Another big shot next to him laughed and said, "It's a pity that the old lord has to die. Otherwise, our Black Heaven sect would have unified the world long ago." The happiness of the big shots did not hinder the consciousness of the zenith heaven golden immortal in the middle from descending to the mortal world at a speed many times faster than before. They had no idea what kind of dangerous situation the consciousness of the expert they had chosen was in. Everyone was looking forward to the faces of those guys who wanted to force the abdication after the reconstruction of the Black Heaven sect in the mortal world. Chapter 1574. No one could see the despair in the heart of the master who was in the lower realm, because the consciousness had left the body. In fact, what was sitting there was just a body. Not to mention showing an expression and making a hint, it was impossible to even move. At this moment, the great principal golden immortal, whose consciousness was in the lower realm, was already extremely anxious. His complete consciousness was stretched into a long consciousness that would take 10 years to enter the immortal body normally because of crossing the two realms. If he completely descended, with his strength, of course, he would not care about a little Earth Immortal Junior, and he would not care about crossing the barrier between the mortal world and the spiritual world. The problem was that when he found out from the spiritual awareness seed left by Yangchen that the owner of the spiritual awareness seed was likely to be related to the Taishaman's extermination, he couldn't help it anymore. In order to prevent Yangchen from giving up the connection with the spiritual awareness seed and getting away with it, the great principal golden immortal had to take the initiative to attack when he only descended 1/10. There was no problem with this idea in itself. With the strength of the great principal golden immortal, 1/10 was enough to send ordinary earth immortals and sky immortals to hell. The problem was that he encountered Yangchen, who cultivated the three purities secret art, and the most unfortunate thing was that Yangchen got a mysterious white fire seed from Li Cheng. Without the fire seed, Yangchen could only give up the spiritual awareness seed completely when he saw that the situation was not good, and he had even done so. But the other party still came to the door, and this had no choice but to retreat for Yangchen. Speaking of which, Yangchen himself didn't know that the fireball formed by the white fire seed would be so terrifying. It turned out that he planned to use the bloody river and other things in his sea of consciousness to fight against it. The current situation was somewhat beyond Yang Chen's expectations. He did not expect that the fireball would take the initiative to swallow the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal. What kind of situation was this? However, it seemed to be a good thing. At least after the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal was swallowed by the fireball, there was no more sound. The extremely dangerous situation where he needed to go all out suddenly disappeared, which made Yangchen a little surprised. Immediately after that, a pure divine sense without any impurities emerged from the fireball. It entered Yangchen's sea of wisdom and began to repair the damage caused by the other party's divine sense rampaging about in Yangchen's sea of wisdom. Although Yangchen's sea of consciousness had completely transformed into spiritual consciousness threads, the other party's collision only broke the shape of his sea of consciousness, but it did not cause any more damage to Yangchen. However, in order to restore Yangchen's sea of consciousness to its original state, at least in terms of appearance, it would consume a lot of Yangchen's spiritual consciousness. This pure spiritual awareness just became an excellent tonic. Under the circulation of Yangchen's three purities secret art, it was quickly absorbed. The almighty immortal consciousness that entered Yangchen's sea of consciousness from the mortal world, along with the connection between Yangchen and the seed of spiritual awareness, was now out of control. No matter how his spiritual awareness struggled, it could not escape the fatal attraction in the fireball to the consciousness of the main body. This suction force was so strong that he couldn't break free at all. He could only bring endless terror and despair as he slowly entered the seemingly orderly purgatory. Yes, the fireball was now in the consciousness of the Almighty Immortal. It was a purgatory. After the consciousness of his spiritual awareness went in, there was no more feeling. With a memory in it, the remaining consciousness soon found that he had lost that memory and could not remember it in any way. At this time, the one who wanted to cut his wrist was already the Almighty Immortal. If he could take the initiative to cut off the connection between the spiritual awareness, he would not fall into such a situation. As long as Yangchen's seed of spiritual awareness had not been completely refined and swallowed, there would still be a chance in the future. Unfortunately, the Almighty Immortal could not give up this piece of consciousness, even if he wanted to now. If he had the complete strength of the Almighty Immortal, he might be able to think of a way on this. Unfortunately, he only had 1/10 of the strength of his main body, and the follow-up complete consciousness was still entering the immortal body bit by bit, and then being pulled into the sea of consciousness of this junior in the spiritual world and then disappearing inexplicably. This feeling was more torturous than killing him with a knife. With a knife, the death was clean and there was no pain. But now the almighty immortal had to bear this kind of torture that was more cruel than cutting the flesh with a blunt knife. He took the initiative to send himself to the door and let his consciousness wear away bit by bit. The fireball was like a stone mill, grinding his own spiritual awareness consciousness little by little. It was a more painful process than being cut by 1,000 knives. Yang Qin did not have the joy of a winner at the moment. He was now in another crisis. The fireball could refine the spiritual awareness of the almighty immortal and feed it back to Yang Qin. This was a great thing. The problem was that now it was refining almighty immortal, and Yang Chen's realm was only the 3rd grade of the human immortal. Even if it was purely calculated in terms of the spiritual awareness realm, Yang Chen was only the 5th grade of the earth immortal. Between the almighty immortal and the earth immortal, there were 4 big realms, namely the heaven immortal, Xian immortal, golden immortal, and the almighty immortal. This pure spiritual awareness that was fed back, whether in quality or quantity, completely surpassed Yang Chen's current spiritual awareness. Even if Yang Chen cultivated the 3 purities secret art, at most, there was some possibility of comparison in terms of toughness. Other than that, whether it was condensed or in quality, it was a lot better than Yang Chen's current spiritual awareness. In terms of quantity alone, the almighty immortal's spiritual awareness was tens of thousands of times more than Yang Chen's earth immortal level spiritual awareness. At this moment, the fireball refined the other's consciousness to feed back to Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, and Yang Chen's sea of consciousness began to bear tremendous pressure. Fortunately, Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was many times larger than that of ordinary earth immortal masters. For the time being, there was no need to worry that his sea of consciousness would be blown up. However, now he had to start thinking about this problem. Looking at the posture of the fireball, it seemed that the almighty immortal sea of consciousness did not intend to stop until all the consciousness of the almighty immortal was dragged in and refined. This could also be regarded as doing something that started and finished. The almighty immortal could be completely solved without leaving any future troubles. This was something that Yang Qin was happy to see. Otherwise, Yang Chen would always live in crisis. Moreover, there was an almighty immortal in the mortal world. With what he dug out from the seed of spiritual awareness, Chunyang Palace would definitely bear the brunt and be destroyed. Yang Chen would not watch this kind of thing happen, so he must bear the impact of the complete almighty immortal spiritual awareness. For the time being, there was no other way. There was no other way but to cultivate the 3 purities secret art madly, absorb and refine the spiritual awareness that was fed back to him, improve his cultivation, and expand his sea of consciousness. The 3 purities secret art was circulating wildly in his body. Every circulation would absorb and refine a part of the spiritual awareness that was fed back to him in the fireball. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation was also improving wildly. Chapter 1575. Finally, the 3 purities secret art was the trump card left by the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. In this case of external help, it lived up to expectations and began to improve Yang Chen's realm. From the 5th grade of the earth immortal to the 6th grade of the earth immortal, ordinary cultivation would take at least decades, or even hundreds of years to improve. However, with the spiritual awareness of the great principal golden immortal as a tonic, this process was compressed into a short few months. However, it did not stop at the 6th grade of the earth immortal, and it continued to improve at this jaw-dropping speed. The 7th grade of the earth immortal, the 8th grade of the earth immortal, the 9th grade of the earth immortal, the 10th grade of the earth immortal. After 3 years, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness had entered the ranks of the 1st grade of the heavenly immortal. During this time, the sea of consciousness expanded crazily. It has expanded from 15,000 acres to 20,000 acres, and the height has more than tripled. But even so, it couldn't completely accommodate the pure spiritual awareness overflowing from the fireball. The entire space of the sea of consciousness has been completely filled with these spiritual awareness, and the fireball is still constantly spitting out pure spiritual awareness. All the spiritual awareness threads have been recondensed by Yang Qin. This was the recondensed spiritual awareness of the great principal golden immortal that had been refined by the fireball. Compared with the original strength, it was several levels higher. Even if there was another impact of the spiritual awareness of the great principal golden immortal, Yang Qin could confidently say that he could completely withstand the pure spiritual awareness attack. The only concern was that if there were more spiritual awareness backfeeding, there would be no other possibility for Yang Chen's sea of consciousness to explode. The three purities secret art has reached the 4th level. According to the normal situation, at this time, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness should be split. In the past, Yang Qin had been condensing, and before the spiritual power cultivation base and the spiritual awareness cultivation base were not different by 2 realms, Yang Qin did not intend to split his spiritual awareness. However, from the looks of it now, it was impossible for it not to split apart. If this continued, it would be difficult for it to even protect itself. It was not that he had not thought about double cultivation with Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and Tao Junki. The Supreme Mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra could transfer part of the pressure of the spiritual awareness to the 3 women, but now there were too many spiritual awareness in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, and it had not been refined and absorbed by himself. Yang Chen was afraid that once he lost control, he would implicate the 3 women. As a man, it was better for him to bear this kind of risk alone. He would wait until he was able to fully control it in the future before anything else. Just when Yang Chen was about to be unable to hold on, the endless consciousness of the almighty immortal finally completely entered the fireball, and there was no follow-up consciousness. This also meant that, for the time being, Yang Chen only needed to deal with the current number of enemies. He didn't have to worry about more coming. This was originally a happy thing. But soon Yang Qin could no longer be happy. Yang Qin found that the fireball was still continuously feeding back the spiritual awareness, the complete spiritual awareness of the almighty immortal. Even if the fireball was more powerful, it was limited by Yang Chen's cultivation base. In any case, it was impossible to completely refine it in just 3 years. According to Yang Chen's guess, the remaining consciousness and spiritual awareness of the vast majority of the great principal golden immortals were still waiting to be slowly refined in the fireball. This process was likely to last for hundreds of years, or even longer. The terrible thing was that during this time, the fireball was likely to maintain the same speed as it was now, constantly feeding back the spiritual awareness. Even without the supplement of the almighty immortal, he would still face the same danger as before. At present, he could only take 1 step at a time. If it didn't work, Yang Chen could only split his spiritual awareness and then share the pressure of this spiritual awareness together. At that time, the 3 purities secret art would be able to enter the 5th layer. Whether it was efficiency or endurance, it would be greatly improved. Just when Yang Chen was about to make up his mind to start splitting his spiritual awareness, he suddenly found a very weak connection. This was the spiritual awareness seed in the mortal world. The memory of the almighty immortal was devoured and excavated, but there was still a trace left, and it had not been completely refined. Now that the almighty immortal had been killed, naturally the remnants of the spiritual awareness seed had reoccupied the immortal body. Only relying on the strength of the 3 purities secret art, it barely maintained an extremely weak connection with Yang Qin. To be able to leave the spiritual awareness seed and to be able to retain the immortal body for Yang Qin, this was the capital to dare to fight with others in the future. At present, there was an abundance of spiritual awareness that could not be used up. If he didn't strengthen his own spiritual awareness seed, then when? Suddenly, with a direction, Yang Chen did not hesitate to mobilize his already refined spiritual awareness and began to strengthen the spiritual awareness seed. Of course, while consuming his own spiritual awareness, Yang Chen would not forget to draw supplement from those pure spiritual awareness. The first thing that needed to be strengthened was the connection between the spiritual awareness seed and the main body, because he had crossed the barrier between the spiritual world and the mortal world. The spiritual awareness that needed to be strengthened was simply an astronomical figure for Yang Chen. And for the current situation, it was also an excellent way to consume spiritual awareness. The connection was too fragile. Yang Chen could only strengthen it a little bit, each time adding almost the same weak trace, carefully, for fear that the intensity was too much and it would break. At the same time, he did not forget to follow this connection and slightly supplement the spiritual awareness seed. The almighty Immortal forcibly opened the barrier between the spiritual world and the mortal world, creating a good condition for Yang Chen. When Yang Chen's spiritual awareness began to transmit down, although the consumption of spiritual awareness was still huge, it did not take too long. The spiritual awareness seed received a little nourishment and immediately grew a little stronger, and at the same time, the connection with Yang Chen also strengthened a little. Yang Chen increased and strengthened it bit by bit, and the spiritual awareness seed that had been refined and swallowed in the mortal world began to slowly turn into a small group, then swelled and slowly recovered. For the first time, the pure spiritual awareness in the sea of consciousness finally showed a situation where the speed of consumption was greater than the speed of replenishment. The accumulated mountain of spiritual awareness was reduced a little bit, and the feeling of the sea of consciousness about to burst finally slowed down and no longer appeared. Crossing the two worlds, especially from the spiritual world to the mortal world, the power consumed was definitely a terrifying number. The spiritual awareness stored in the sea of consciousness of more than 20,000 acres, just to strengthen the connection with the spiritual awareness seed and supplement and nourish the spiritual awareness seed, was consumed in just 5 years. At this point, the spiritual awareness seed was at least half of the original level. As long as there was a trace of spiritual awareness in the fireball, it would automatically be supplemented to the spiritual awareness seed. Looking at this posture, at least for a few years before the spiritual awareness seed was fully restored, Yang Chen could temporarily not worry about the problem of the sea of consciousness being blown up. Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and Tao Junkie finally watched their husband get up and stand up after sitting in seclusion for almost 10 years.